welcome to Sports Rap and Aneke TV this morning. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you the best in the world of sports and what is happening across the whole world, because we are actually living in a part of the world but not out of the world. You know, this morning I have some juicy news for you and also some updates that you need to know so that you can be able to be doing what you're doing within your day. First thing I have in the news is few days ago, Manchester United won Manchester City at the derby with 2 goals. And there have been issues and there have been some commendations from Michael Carrick and also other people who have seen the need for the coach to remain where he is, for the coach to be offered a permanent move. But shifting a little from that, could be Mainoo, who is said to have been looking for a loan spell outside the club, currently is set to retain his position in the club, reason being that he is being trusted by the new interim coach, that's Michael Carrick. You saw his display over the last match that was played, how I love that driving he drove Semenyo, and Manchester United was fantastic over the weekend. Manchester United were fantastic, except that Lord's tackle, which brought some controversy about whether he should be given a red card or a blue card. Well, talking about a yellow card or a red card or any card. Well, you know that particular thing resulted to many things, many reactions, and people have insisted that tackle was a red card, and this is something that we will look into in the coming days and to see if it is really true that deserves a red card. Well, you know that in the same match, Manchester United scored 3 goals, 2 goals in the first half and 1 in the second half, which were all denied by the VAR due to offside offense. And Manchester United, in the same light, had 2 bar hits, woodwork hits from Harry Maguire in the 5th minute and Ahmad in the 76th minute, which could have given them an edge over Manchester City by up to 6 or 7 goals. Well, Manchester City, we could say, were unlucky, and they were also lucky not to have as much as the goals they actually conceded. They just conceded the goals that were approved, just 2 goals. Well, Kobe Manu has retained his place and also retained his hairline, because his hairline has really fetched him that drive to maintain and play a good football. Well, congratulations to Kobe Manu for finding your place back to the Manchester United squad. Of course, we expect the best from you, and we expect the best after the Manchester City performance. Well, moving on, we have that the news that Super Eagles have climbed to 26th in FIFA World Ranking. This happened after they took the 3rd place by winning Egypt 4 goals to 2 in a penalty shootout to get into the AFCON's top 3 book. This is something that we are grateful for. Super Eagles moved from 46th to 26th in FIFA World Ranking, and this is something that is brilliant compared to the way the ranking came with the way they played and the way they organized themselves and the way the team actually had to carry each other on their back, and that is something we've been looking up to. That is what we have been looking up to. Thank you to Super Eagles, thank you FIFA, thank you, congratulations. Osimhen, not just wearing his face mask, will also have something to face when he's talking about the Super Eagles, and we believe that in no short time Osimhen will amount to a world-class player which everyone in the world celebrates. Still on the Super Eagles, we're talking about the guy who retired just a few days ago, or few weeks ago, pardon, who said he's not going to play for Super Eagles. That's William Trust Ekong. He is going to sign for a club in Qatar, Al Ahly SE, from Saudi club where he was playing, AI Kulud, and his contract will run until June 2028. Yes, his contract will run till June 2028. This guy has did not just secure, he's not just securing the bags, he's also making sure that his tattoos are intact in his body, because he has taken over, he captains the Super Eagles, bringing them to victory, and also has capped some games. He was the leader when he was with the Super Eagles. Just right now, he's no longer with the Super Eagles. He has retired from international football just to focus on making money and making sure that his eyeballs are faced to where his hands are faced. Now, moving on from that, we are talking about that Girona has verbally agreed a loan deal with Barcelona to sign Andre Stegen. Well, I don't know if I pronounce his name right because I'm not a Spanish, but I'm going to try to put things together. They have agreed to sign this great goalkeeper. This guy made my childhood, I will tell you. He made my childhood. I was so excited. He was one of the ball-playing goalkeepers. He was the one that brought the elite ball-playing goalkeeping that Andre Onana could not keep up with. Well, we have two Andres. One is successful. One is also successful. But football-wise, he's just a choir master, trying to coordinate the choir and do what he knows best to do. Girona has agreed to sign Andre Stegen on a loan. And that is the news that is coming out to us this morning. Now, moving around that same news, we are talking about people that have been signed. And there are people that have not been signed. Well, if you have not been signed, bring your shirt. Let me sign on you. Because I am the sports oracle, and I tell you how it's going to be. We are talking about Manchester City solidifying their defense by welcoming McGuire to their team, who is going to play till 2031, of course. He was signed for the a record-breaking fee of 20 million euros, and he is a defender. You know that so far in the history of defense, it has been that this guy has found his place, where to play and where to make a good mark. He is going to play and contribute his best to the Manchester City game. He went from Crystal Palace. Of course, you know that Oliver Glasner, from Crystal Palace, the Crystal Palace head coach, is not going to continue after the season ends. When the season ends, he is going to find a new club, as agreed by both parties. Now, still moving on that, we're talking about Champions League. A little today's Champions League fixtures. I will not be able to give you the fixtures because of time, but I'm going to tell you that in the same line, Osimhen is back to play Champions League. He is back to play Champions League. Still on the Champions League matter, it is said that the Super Eagles, you know, they were not around to receive their third place medal. That's the bronze medal that was given to them because they are the third place in the AFCON tournament that just ended on Sunday. They were not around, and the NFF president has come out to say that he is with the gold medals. Sorry, bronze medal. I think I just slipped into a dream now. He is with the bronze medals because the Super Eagles, their clubs were eager to receive them very well. Their clubs were open to receive them, so they had to travel. And I'm sure that these guys traveled, each and every one of them, with private jets of the club. I'm telling you that these guys all of them had to travel back to their clubs because they needed to contribute the best that they would be contributing to their club. So this is what it is that the NFL president says he is with it, and in case you don't like that he's with it, go to his house and collect it. Go to his house and collect the bronze medal and wear it. Let's know whether you will not be arrested or be taken to the court. Well, congratulations to the Super Eagles for coming to the third place. Now, still in the same line of AFCON, I'm trying to give you how it is. How it has happened in the AFCON. We are talking about that Ibrahim Diaz, the one who tried his Paneka, but Paneka did not panic because Paneka was panicking, and the guy who was in goal for Senegal had to had to just pick it like a baby, not the way they picked Samuel Chukwueze's baby. But we were talking about the real and unreal Paneka. He came out, Ibrahim Diaz, to apologize to the whole Moroccan team. Of course, you know that he was not successful with what he played. He became the highest goal scorer in the competition, scoring 5 goals. And if he had scored that, he would have scored 6 goals, which would make him given the golden boot for the tournament, but it was not possible because he wanted to panic. Wanted to panic, but he could not panic. Well, that is what it is, and that is how we are bringing it to you in the world of sports this morning. Now, looking at what is happening a little outside football, we're talking about the UFC Paifa. He's eyeing a knockout against Israel Adesanya in March. He is eyeing, to play knockout, to have a fight with the Nigerian boxer in March, and we are looking up to that game. We have been anticipating that as Anthony Joshua has announced his retirement, he may, as he's trying to find his feet, there would be other people who will rise in the boxing game to show and to bring us to the point where we could celebrate that, where we could know that Nigeria has something that we all are going for, that we all would celebrate at the end of the day. Now, still on that, we're talking about the Champions League here. Just a little news on Champions League fixtures, and what it is that Frank of the head coach of Tottenham, he has made space for Dominic Solanke by removing Matis Tel, who came from Bayern Munich last season to join the hotspot side. He removed him because from the Champions League list so that he could fix Dominic Solanke. I don't know if you know Dominic Solanke. Dominic Solanke is one of the, I could say, one of the active strikers in the Premier League. Just a few weeks and few months ago, he went on injury, and right now he is back to play the Champions League, and that is something that you have to look at. Well, I'm telling you that there's nothing in the world of sports that is not interesting, and that is why we always bring you the first thing we do in the morning here at Aneke TV is to give you an update on what happens in the world of sports and how it is going and the things that you should expect at the end of the day. Now, moving on from that, we are talking about we're still talking about the game that involved the Super Eagles and the Moroccans. It is said that the Senegalese coach has come out to apologize why he walked out of the pitch. I'm talking about AFCON now. Why he walked out of the pitch. He has said that it was not his intention to walk out. Of course, you know that there was a lot of drama, that even FIFA themselves had to look into the dramas that were in AFCON because of certain things that were going on, because of certain agitations against the referee's decision that was going on. Well, I'm telling you right now that FIFA is looking into AFCON and the events that happened, and like Ms. Tuche said, that we should, the NFF, CAF, and all of them should sit down and analyze what happened in CAF. What happened in the AFCON that just concluded, and how CAF can improve. Of course, you know that there is no way we cannot do better. Of course, you know that in Morocco hosting this AFCON is one of the best and the brightest AFCON games that you will have seen. Is one of the most scoring AFCON season that we've also seen, with 120 goals which we have seen. Of course, I'm telling you that this AFCON has a history, and it will be forever in the heart of true football African fans. So this is where we call it a day in the world of sports this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. I am your one and only Sports Oracle, and see you tomorrow, same time, same station here at Aneke TV. Have a wonderful morning. Keep sporting.
television. How I get one of the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabia, the Bube, Mabo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Ake, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, Himara, it's your mom, to come over soon. Yamela, you were what
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we wear fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
Aneke television. How I get one of the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabia, the Bube, Mabo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Ake, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, Himara, it's your mom, to come over soon. Yamela, you were what
Igbo geenụ ntị. Ụbọchị dị ịrịba ama na-abịa. Ụbọchị anyị ga-ewelite obi anyị elu, welie olu anyị ma nye ekene dịka ofu ndị. Nke a ga-abụ izizi ụmụafọ Igbo bụ Archbishop, Bishop ma ndị otu ọhaneze ndị Igbo na-ewepụta ụbọchị Satọde nke ikpeazụ n'ọnwa Jenụwarị a ka ọ bụrụ ụbọchị ụmụ Igbo n'ụwa niile ga-eji fee Chukwu ofufe ma tụọrọ ya mma mma. Otu ụka Kraịst dị iche iche na nsọtụ niile nke ala Igbo na n'ụwa gbaa gburugburu ga-eji abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ a bụ 2026 site n'elekere 9 nke ụtụtụ ruo n'elekere 12 nke ehihie wee nwee ofufe nri otu oge n'asụsụ Igbo iji gosipụta ịdị n'otu na obi ekene. Nke a gafere ofufe nkịtị. Ọ bụ mmemme iji kene Chukwu etu o si mee anyị a na-egbu achara achara na-eto. Ụbọchị eji echeta etu ndị Igbo si nafere na njinji niile jiri oge a lụrụ agha. Mmeri anyị na-enwe mgbe ọbụla a lara akụnụba anyị na ihe ndị anyị kpatara n'iyi. Mmeri anyị n'oge ihe isi ike ya na nnukwuru nnu afọ eji akpachapụ mechakwa anyị asụrụ gede nwekwuo uche ma kpọsie ike. Ndị Archbishop ụka dị iche iche ma Anglikano, Katọlik, Methodist, Presbyterian na Pentikọstal tinyere otu Christian Association of Nigeria CAN n'ala Igbo na-agba ụmụafọ Igbo niile ma okenye ụmụ na-eto eto na ụmụaka ume ka ha sonye n'emume a n'ebe ọbụla onye nọ. Chịkọta mmụọ gị ọnụ, kwado onwe gị nke ọma ka ị soro welite olu gị nye Chineke ekene maka akụkọ niile gbasara ndị Igbo nke bụ akụkọ maka okwukwe, obi dị mkpa na mmeri anyị. N'abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ abụ 2026, ụmụ Igbo ga-ejikọta ọnụ bụrụ ofu ndị.
To news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Nwakuba, glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Nigeria poised to take leading role in the global economy. And on the foreign scene, Mozambique battles worst flood emergency in its history. And on business, United Nations warns aid cuts a worsening hunger crisis in Nigeria. And in entertainment, Funke Akindele breaks box office records in North America. And now the news in details. Nigeria is positioning itself to take a leading role in the global economy, Vice President Kashim Shettima has said. He spoke in Davos, Switzerland at the opening of the Nigeria House, a pavilion at the 2026 World Economic Forum, where he is leading the Nigerian delegation. The Vice President said Nigeria's future depends on deliberate and structured engagement with the global economy, noting that although Nigeria House was conceived as a whole-of-government platform, its success would be driven largely by private enterprise. According to him, government can open doors and reduce risk, but only enterprise can translate policy into productivity. In a statement by a spokesman, Mr. Stanley Kwacha, Shettima said the inauguration coincides with early gains from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reforms as services, agriculture, finance and technology continue to expand. The non-oil revenues accounting for a larger share of government earnings. The federal government has announced the opening of applications for the 2026 Petroleum Technology Development Fund Overseas Scholarship Scheme for postgraduate studies. The program targets Nigerian students seeking MSc and PhD degrees in oil and gas-related discipline in the United Kingdom, Germany, France and Malaysia. A statement confirmed that the scholarship is fully funded, covering tuition fees, return air tickets, accommodation, health insurance and other approved allowances. The initiative is designed to remove financial barriers and give Nigerian scholars access to world-class facilities and advanced research environments. The government said the program is a strategic investment aimed at building indigenous capacity and strengthening Nigeria's energy sector. Interested applicants have been advised to visit the PTDF official portal for detailed guidelines and application procedures. The Independent National Electoral Commission will begin the distribution of permanent voters' cards in the Federal Capital Territory from Thursday ahead of the February 21st Area Council elections. The exercise will run until Sunday across designated centers in 6 area councils. Aneke said the distribution targets newly registered voters, those who transferred their registration, and residents who updated their biometric details during the continuous voter registration exercise. Out of 1,680,315 registered voters in the FCT, over 93,000 PVCs remain uncollected. The Commission disclosed that 17 political parties will contest 68 positions, comprising 6 chairmanship and 62 councillorship seats. Aneke added that preparations, including deployment of beavers and coordination with security agencies, are ongoing, stressing that only voters with PVCs will be allowed to vote. The All Progressives Congress has ruled out automatic tickets for governors and other high-profile politicians who recently defected to the party. The party said all members, regardless of status, must emerge through its internal democratic processes. The APC National Working Committee said defectors, including governors from Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Taraba, and Enugu State, will be required to compete like other party members. The party's director of publicity, Bala Ibrahim, said APC would not compromise its democratic principles. Meanwhile, opposition parties, including the PDP and NNPP, have criticized the defections, describing them as risky political decisions. As the 2027 election cycle approaches, the defecting governors are expected to test their popularity within the APC grassroots. The Independent National Electoral Commission has released the final list of candidates for the June 20th Ekiti State governorship election. The list features candidates from 12 political parties. However, the People's Democratic Party and the Social Democratic Party were excluded as the candidates' names did not appear on the final list displayed at the Aneke office in Ado-Ekiti. The PDP candidate, Dr. Wale Oluyede, and the SDP candidate, David Bankole, were affected. Both parties have rejected the exclusion and vowed to challenge the decision in court. Aneke said the publication followed the expiration of the deadline for substitutions and corrections, adding that incumbent Governor Biodun Oyebanji of the APC is among declared candidates. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has been rearrested by operatives of the Department of State Services shortly after meeting his bail conditions at the Kuje Correctional Center in Abuja. Video footage showed him being taken away moments after his release. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission confirmed that it was not responsible for the arrest. Malami, alongside his wife and son, is facing a 16-count charge of alleged money laundering involving 8.7 billion naira linked to corporate entities and property transactions in Abuja. Malami had been granted bail in the sum of 500 million naira with strict conditions, including the surrender of his international passport. The DSS has yet to issue an official statement on the reason for the immediate rearrest. Niger State Commissioner of Information and Orientation, Obed Nana, has unveiled plans to strengthen information dissemination across the state. Speaking during a visit to the Nigeria Union of Journalists in Minna, Nana described his appointment as a homecoming. The commissioner announced plans to equip information officers in all 25 local government areas with modern communication gadgets to enhance real-time reporting. He also revealed plans to revive state-owned media organizations, including Niger State Television and Newsline newspapers. Nana further announced that the ministry would organize a national media summit to improve professional standards among journalists. The NUJ pledged cooperation with the government to promote transparency and effective communication in the state. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command, in collaboration with the Neighborhood Watch, have foiled a kidnapping attempt along the Adani-Unsuka Road at Ngene Uku. One suspect was neutralized during a gun duel with the operatives. Police recovered an AK-47 rifle loaded with 2 rounds of live ammunition, while other members of the gang escaped with gunshot injuries. A statement by the police public relations officer, Daniel Undukwe, said the suspect emerged from a nearby bush to attack occupants of the passing vehicle. The Commissioner of Police, Beatrice Giwa, commended the professionalism of the joint team and reassured residents of the command's commitment to security. The police urged members of the public and health workers to report anyone with gunshot wounds or suspicious injuries. The Kaduna State Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Rabiu, has dismissed reports alleging the kidnap of over 100 worshippers in Kajuru local government area as false. The reports claim that worshippers were abducted during a church service in Kumin Valley village. Speaking after a State Security Council meeting, the Commissioner challenged those spreading the claims to produce names and details of the alleged victims. He warned that individuals spreading false information would face the full weight of the law. Also speaking, the chairman of Kajuru local government, Dauda Madaki, said security forces were deployed to the area immediately the rumors surfaced, but no incident was found. Religious leaders also confirmed that no attack occurred, urging residents to remain calm. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigeria is set to assume a prominent position in the global economy. And coming up shortly, Mozambique battling historic flood emergency. And on the foreign scene, Mozambique grapples with a severe flood emergency following historic downpours. And on business, the United Nations says cuts in humanitarian aid are deepening Nigeria's hunger crisis. And in entertainment, actress Funke Akindele records major box office success in North America. We'll be right back.
Aneke television. Heu, agirbo mu bi egwu nkwazi na ya mgboji okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. Heu, mgbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu, na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti. Ọ dị na Naịjirịa.
Welcome back. Still on the news, a major humanitarian crisis is unfolding in Mozambique following catastrophic flooding that has displaced hundreds of thousands of residents. The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Society says more than 620,000 people have been affected, with 72,000 homes submerged and vital infrastructure destroyed. In Gaza province, survivors have been forced onto rooftops as floodwaters engulf entire communities, cutting off access to food and shelter. Rescue teams are using boats to search stranded residents, while helicopters from the South African Air Force are conducting aerial evacuations. President Daniel Chapo has cancelled his trip to the World Economic Forum in Davos, declaring that saving lives is the government's top priority. With major dams at full capacity and more rainfall forecast, aid agencies warn of a looming health crisis without urgent international support. At least 19 people have been killed as fast-moving wildfires rage across central and southern Chile, prompting the government to declare a state of catastrophe. Extreme heat and strong winds have fueled more than 30 active fires in the Nubili and Baobab regions. The coastal city of Penco has been hardest hit, with hundreds of homes destroyed and families fleeing with little warning. Survivors describe flames spreading at lightning speed, leaving no time to save belongings. Authorities say over 35,000 hectares of land have been burned as firefighters battle record temperatures. Residents have been urged to obey evacuation orders amid fears that multiple fires could merge into a single massive blaze. A serious security crisis has erupted in eastern Syria following a mass jailbreak at the Shadadi detention facility. The Syrian Interior Ministry confirms that about 120 ISIS detainees escaped, while Kurdish sources claim the number could be as high as 1,500. The Syrian military has launched an intensive manhunt, reporting that 81 escapees have already been recaptured. Authorities accuse the withdrawing Syrian Democratic Forces as deliberately releasing the detainees, a claim the SDF denies. Security analysts warn that the incident could destabilize the region if fugitives regroup. Search operations continue as concerns grow over the conflicting figures surrounding the scale of the escape. The British government is considering a sweeping ban on social media for children as part of efforts to address rising mental health concerns. Technology Secretary Liz Kendall confirmed that the UK may follow Australia's under-16 restriction model. Officials are also exploring bans on addictive features such as infinite scrolling and AI-generated explicit content. A delegation has been sent to Australia to study enforcement mechanisms. The move signals tougher regulation for tech companies, with ministers insisting that protecting children online has become a national priority. The government says the era of self-regulation by technology firm is coming to an end. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has issued a strong warning after civilian-operated drones were found to have entered North Korean airspace. He described the breach as a dangerous provocation that could trigger serious military consequences. North Korea released images of alleged drone debris and surveillance photos, prompting South Korean authorities to question a civilian suspect. The president warned that those responsible would face severe punishment. The incident has heightened tension between both Koreas, with Pyongyang threatening retaliation. Seoul has ordered an urgent overhaul of its drone detection and monitoring systems. Now moving over to business news. The United Nations has warned that severe funding cuts are pushing Nigeria deeper into hunger emergency. The World Food Programme says food aid recipients have dropped from 1.3 million to just 72,000 people. Borno State remains the worst hit, with 15,000 people facing catastrophic hunger, while child malnutrition across northern Nigeria has reached critical levels. Aid agencies warn the crisis could fuel insecurity. The UN is appealing for $453 million in emergency funding, warning that climate shocks, inflation and violence could worsen conditions without urgent intervention. The Anambra State government has arrested 6 illegal revenue collectors in Ogbara local government area. The suspects were apprehended during an operation by the Special Anti-Touting Squad. Authorities say the individuals posed as government agents, extorting money from transport operators and traders. All legitimate levies are now to be collected through official POS systems. The state government has vowed to sustain its crackdown, urging residents to report illegal collections as part of efforts to improve the business environment. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has signed the 4.4 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill into law. The budget focuses on infrastructure, social development and economic growth. The governor described the fiscal plan as a roadmap for shared prosperity aligned with the Teams Plus agenda. He praised the State Assembly for its diligence. Implementation is expected to accelerate major projects aimed at improving living standards and strengthening governance across the state. Striking workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration under the Joint Union Action Congress, JUAC FCTA, have dismissed claims by the administration that 10 out of the 14 demands have been met. The union described the claim as false, insisting that no agreement has been reached with management and that it has neither suspended nor relaxed the ongoing industrial action, as none of its core demands has been fully implemented or verified. In a disclaimer dated January 19, 2026 and signed by the Secretary of JUAC FCTA, Comrade Abdullahi Umar Saleh, the union rejected attempts to link comments allegedly made by the Association of Resident Doctors to the strike, stressing that such views do not represent the collective position of workers under JUAC. The union maintained that critical issues including unpaid promotion arrears, non-remittance of pension and NHF deductions, illegal tenure elongation, a flawed promotion process, staff intimidation, lack of training and restrictions on the salary portal remain unresolved. JUAC also faulted what it described as efforts by FCTA management to shift responsibility for statutory deductions to workers, calling the move unacceptable and against public service financial regulations. The union insisted that the strike remains lawful and justified, having followed due process after the expiration of the 7-day ultimatum issued to the authorities. Cement prices have risen sharply across Nigeria, with a 50 kg bag now selling for up to 10,500 naira, up from 9,800 naira in December. The increase has been recorded in Abuja and other states. The hike persists despite earlier assurance from manufacturers that prices would not exceed 7,000 naira per bag. Analysts warn this could further inflate construction and housing costs. Rising cement prices have already pushed house rent higher, worsening Nigeria's cost of living crisis and concerns over government inactions. And now moving over to sports, Nigeria's Super Eagles have climbed 12 places in the latest FIFA World Rankings, moving to 26 globally. The rise follows the team's third place finish at the 2025 AFCON. The ranking placed Nigeria as Nigeria's third best team behind Senegal and Morocco. Football analysts said improvement reflects consistency and resilience. The achievement boosts confidence ahead of upcoming international qualifiers as Nigeria seeks to reclaim continental dominance. The federal government has approved over 24 billion naira for the rehabilitation of the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. The funding is part of a 300% increase in the sports budget. The project aims to restore the main pitch and construct a high-performance training center. The stadium had previously been declared unfit for international matches. Additional funds have been allocated for Nigeria's participation in global competitions, including the Commonwealth Games and FIFA tournaments. And now in the world of entertainment, Nollywood star Funke Akindele has broken new box office records with her film Behind the Scenes. The movie became the highest grossing Nollywood release in Canada. The film has earned over 2.1 billion naira globally, pushing Akindele's career box office total beyond 2.2 billion naira. She thanked fans worldwide for the support. Industry watchers say the success highlights the growing global appeal of Nigeria cinema. Nollywood actress Sarah Martins is recovering after collapsing from extreme oxidation. She revealed she underwent extensive medical tests following the incident. Doctors attributed her condition to burnout after months of non-stop work. She has now been placed on mandatory bed rest. The actress has urged colleagues to prioritize their health, warning that excessive work without rest can have serious consequences. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. Nigeria has reaffirmed its readiness to take a leading position in the global economy as government outlines strategies for sustainable growth and international competitiveness. On the foreign scene, Mozambique is battling a historic flood emergency with authorities intensifying rescue and relief efforts in affected communities. And in business, the United Nations has warned that cuts in humanitarian assistance are worsening Nigeria's hunger crisis, calling for urgent intervention to protect vulnerable populations. And in entertainment, Nollywood actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has shattered box office records in North America, marking a major milestone for the Nigeria film industry. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching.
Aneke television. How agilbom di egwu nkwa na ya mgboji okwukwu kakwa ogugwu ma. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbo wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume, na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe ọmọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwamọgwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu
Igbo geenụ ntị, ụbọchị dị ịrịba ama na-abịa, ụbọchị anyị ga-ewelite obi anyị elu, welie olu anyị ma nye ekene dịka ofu ndị. Nke a ga-abụ izizi ụmụafọ Igbo bụ Archbishọp, bishọp ma ndị otu ọhaneze ndị Igbo na-ewepụta ụbọchị Satọde nke ikpeazụ n'ọnwa Jenụwarị a ka ọ bụrụ ụbọchị ụmụ Igbo n'ụwa niile ga-eji fee Chukwu ofufe ma tụọrọ ya mma mma. Otu ụka Kraịst dị iche iche na nsọtụ niile nke ala Igbo na n'ụwa gbaa gburugburu ga-eji abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ a bụ 2026 site n'elekere 9 nke ụtụtụ ruo n'elekere 12 nke ehihie wee nwee ofufe nri otu oge n'asụsụ Igbo iji gosipụta ịdị n'otu na obi ekene. Nke a gafere ofufe nkịtị, ọ bụ mmemme iji kene Chukwu etu o si mee anyị a na-egbu achara achara a na-eto, ụbọchị eji echeta etu ndị Igbo si nafere na njinji niile jiri oge a lụrụ agha, mmeri anyị na-enwe mgbe ọbụla a lara akụnụba anyị na ihe ndị anyị kpatara n'iyi, mmeri anyị n'oge ihe isi ike ya na nnukwuru nnu afọ eji akpachapụ ma na-emegbu anyị, emechakwa anyị asụrụ gede nwekwuo uche ma kpọsie ike. Ndị Archbishọp ụka dị iche iche ma Anglikano, Katọlik, Methodist, Presbyterian na Pentikọstal tinyere otu Christian Association of Nigeria CAN n'ala Igbo na-agba ụmụafọ Igbo niile ma okenye, ụmụ na-eto eto na ụmụaka ume ka ha sonye n'emume a n'ebe ọbụla onye nọ. Chịkọta mmụọ gị ọnụ, kwado onwe gị nke ọma ka ị soro welite olu gị nye Chineke ekene maka akụkọ niile gbasara ndị Igbo nke bụ akụkọ maka okwukwe, obi dị mkpa na mmeri anyị. N'abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ a bụ 2026, ụmụ Igbo ga-ejikọta ọnụ bụrụ ofu ndị.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral world. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major...
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuned in to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and of course, that special sunrise vibe. And also bringing you today's sunrise, I'm Deborah Nwakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning, Deborah. How are you this morning?
I'm good.
Hope you're good.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and it's Tuesday, 20th January 2026, and of course we've got a power-packed morning for you today here on Sunrise, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, and of course, like I said, our special Sunrise vibe to help us on our day.
So, relax, enjoy the cruise, but not without your coffee, or even chin-chin or some fried meat, because the sunrise is set sail.
Yes, and today's sunrise will be starting off with our quote of the day, with what's that thoughtful, what's that inspiring, what's that offers insight to whatever we do to help us stay focused, stay well-driven, and also be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be served, hot, debated, and crispy.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving you our weather reports covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And then, we'll bring you the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the mental mechanic, and the commissioner of no enjoyment, Mr. Good Hope.
Yes, all right, now let's move over to our morning show inspiration segment. Now today's inspiration segment is coming from a well-known African author, or Nigerian author rather, who is by name Chinua Achebe, and in his quote it says, "One of the truest tests of integrity is its blunt refusal to be compromised." I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Chinua Achebe, that says, "One of the truest tests of integrity is its blunt refusal to be compromised." Now what this quote is saying is that real integrity shows itself when a person refuses to bend their values, even when compromise would be easier, but instead they stand for the truth, they say what is right, and also that is what Mr. Chinua Achebe's quote is saying. He's also saying that integrity is not proven by words or intention, but also by our firm actions. So when we stand on our ground, when we say no to wrongdoing, that is the action your integrity is showing. Mr. Archer, I would like to know your take on this quote.
All right, here we're speaking to integrity, and if we were to break it down, the question is, what is integrity? And someone did say that integrity is what you do when no one is watching. So who are you when no one is watching? That's what integrity is all about. It's all about being able to prove your finest quality of sincerity when pressure beckons. And when you look at what Chimamanda is saying here, integrity can only be measured when it is tested under pressure. And having said that, I like to bring it home a bit. It has to do perhaps in a work environment. What do you do when no one is watching? Do you deliver on your responsibilities? That's what integrity is all about. So it's not, you don't need to be policed. When you enter into a certain contract to work for an organization, you've agreed that you will discharge your functions effectively, irrespective of who is watching or not. And again, do you take credit for other people's work? When you are helped, acknowledge that you were helped and not take credit for what you didn't do. No, that's lack of integrity. So integrity is that when you are being praised, for meeting a deadline, you should equally say that Deborah was very helpful in helping me get to this deadline. In fact, this very montage was created by Deborah, or this very script is Deborah that is behind it. You give credit where credit is due. You don't take people's credit, all by yourself. That's a lack of integrity. And that reminds me, you see a lot of journalists in Nigeria who has refused to compromise their stands. That's speaking to integrity. A lot of time, journalists are put under pressure more often to either take down a story that they've published, and you see the courageous ones out of them refusing to put on such story, but wanting to balance every side to a story. That speaks to integrity, and this speaks to who they are when nobody's watching, because they could have accepted gratification and put the story down. Nobody would ask questions, no one asks God, but because of integrity they stick to their gun and allow the story. You understand? As the fourth members of the first estate of the realm, who are responsible for holding government accountable, but in such instances many have compromised, but those of them who are very virtuous, who are sincere and knows who they are, mastering their onion, doesn't use their position as journalists for peculiar gain. They stick to the truth, they publish the truth, and they stand by it without fear that they are putting their life at danger. And you see such individuals, despite their efforts over time, have not been rewarded despite what they do for society. And when they've used equally these skills to enrich people in terms of pushing them forward career-wise, they are not recognized, but they stand by what they believe in.
Stand by that principle.
Yes, those are the principles, and that's what Chimamanda is telling us this morning. And that reminds me of the man from Ogoni, Ken Sarowiwa, when he was involved in the advocacy for his people, he was approached on several occasions based on integrity. He refused to be compromised, and he refused to compromise till death. You understand? So no matter other of his characters and qualities that one may not want to emulate, but one thing is obvious, that this morning, as Chimamanda is talking to us about integrity, we remember people like him who stood by what they believed in his advocacy for the rights of the Ogoni people. He was steadfast until tomorrow. Posterity will remember him. And that reminds me, to what people say, or somebody like Alexander Hamilton, he usually says that if you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. And that speaks to integrity. And it reminds me, before you cut me off, let me go to the market. Yes, because we're entrepreneurs, and speaking to our people directly, integrity, like we say, is what you do when no one is watching. When you tell someone that this is original, let it be original. Yes, that's important, and that speaks to your person. Not because we are after making this money, then we'll compromise who we are. We are known as Igbo people who are, very industrious, enterprising, and one thing with the true Igbo man is integrity. We are people of integrity, and that has stood us out over centuries. So in pursuit of wealth, we shouldn't lower that standard. So when you tell someone that this is the price of this and is coming from Guangzhou, let it be coming from Guangzhou in China. And when you tell someone that this is German made, let it be German made. And not a situation where you are trying to sell off a German product for Aba product, because you know that some cases Aba has the finest of products, and because of our nature where people wants to be associated with things foreign, then we begin to demarcate the quality of Aba products and want to sell them for China. No, your integrity speaks to you being sincere, even when no one has the ability to discover or catch you that you are saying, you are telling lie. No, stand by the truth. That is integrity, and that is what Chinua Achebe, as a true son of his father, an Igbo man, is reminding us of what integrity is. So let us stand by it. Yeah. And when you're cautious with being, sincere, you know, like they say, show me a man who is diligent in his duties, and he will sit before kings and not mere men. You will be remembered, even though it may not pay off now, but someday it will certainly pay off.
Yes, it will certainly pay off. So what Chinua Achebe is advising us today is we should stand on integrity. We should follow integrity, which simply means following what is right, being principled, no matter the consequences. And also when you stand on what's right, at the end of the day, you would find out that you're actually going to win over all things. So when you're known for integrity, it draws people closer to you. Yes, like wherever you are, they want to listen to you. They believe, because they already know you speak the truth. They already know you do what's right, and you frown out whatsoever is wrong. So like I said, do not forget this quote coming from Chinua Achebe today that says, one of the truest tests of integrity is its blunt refusal to be compromised. So let us stand firm on integrity today. And while we're doing so, let us also remember that each new sunrise is a platform where we grow. It's an opportunity where we learn something new or simply be more present in whatever we do. Now let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media handles across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And now up next is our weather report.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
I'll be starting off with Oka. Good morning, Oka. Oka wakes up to cooler clouds and gentle warmth as the day gets going. So expect cloudy skies in the morning with temperatures rising into the 30s by noon. Late afternoon may bring some isolated showers or cloud breaks later in the day, so that umbrella might just end its keep.
And good morning, the cold city. Moving over to Enugu, is mostly sunny to partly cloudy. The perfect mix for those morning routines. As the day warms up, temperatures could feel quite toasty, flirting with highs in the mid 30 degrees Celsius. So sip that water and stay hydrated.
And in Abakaliki is starting sunny and warm with a few clouds making calmer appearances through the day. Temperatures will climb toward the upper 30s by the afternoon. Another great day to hit the shade when the sun is strongest.
And good morning, Imo State. Moving over to Owerri. Owerri kicks off with mostly cloudy, but as the afternoon sets in, keep an eye out for possibly thunderstorms and rain showers, which is delightful for cooling things down. Daytime highs will settle in the warm mid-30s.
And in Umuahia, clouds through the morning in Umuahia, with the temperature making a hearty climb to the mid-30s. As the day winds down, thunderstorms may roll in, so perfect weather for cozy chats and rain rhythms.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, stay hydrated. But do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more news updates. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at major papers for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper.
All right, and joining us this morning is the man of many parts, Mr. Good Hope, the mental mechanic, the sports oracle, the man who prizes himself as the commissioner of enjoyment, who have chosen to call commissioner of no enjoyment. Mr. Good Hope, it's wonderful to have you on Sunrise this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome to Sunrise, like we always and normally do.
I can see your face so bright. What enjoyment are you sharing this morning, commissioner of enjoyment?
Well, as the commissioner of enjoyment in my constituency, I bring the vibes and what we need to do. And you call me a mental mechanic, of course. I also
So you didn't hear that I called you the commissioner of no enjoyment?
Well, everyone around me would know that I bring the vibes.
Those in your constituency. Perhaps I'm not in your constituency.
Basically, it could be that you are trying to, join my constituency. But later I will give you a card because you see, there is shining.
Okay, Deborah is in your constituency.
Yeah.
Okay, I do want to be in your constituency.
Am I permitted to ask this question?
Why not?
You know, for somebody who is a mental mechanic, have you had mental issues before?
That's on a lighter note.
Well, I'm not speechless.
Okay.
I could tell you that this is something you have not seen coming.
Okay.
So every day, you must not have a mental issue before you.
To be a mental mechanic, to help people be mentally in shape.
How do you now experience?
The experience is that you are sane, other people are not sane.
So I think Deborah will be needing your service more often.
Of course.
How?
I lighten her up.
You see, you're smiling, and that's what mental mechanics do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now let's move over to our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation, and the headline there says, "Alleged terror financing DSS arrest ex-AGP Malami." Punch paper there reads, "Amnesty deal outrage mounts as Castina moves to release 70 bandits." And in the Vanguard paper says, "Confusion over alleged kidnap of 172 worshippers in 3 Kaduna churches." And still on the Vanguard paper says, "Kano, Governor Yusuf meets Tinubu, defects to APC today." And now also the Guardian, from the Guardian paper, the major headline there says, 50% telco tariff hikes shares operators for straight consumers. Now our paper today will be starting off with the Punch newspaper, where the major headline says, "Amnesty deal sparks outrage as Castina moves to release 70 bandits." Now public anger is rising in Castina State following plans by the government to release 70 suspected victims. Now we'll be taking a short break. I'll be right back with more of the news.
Aneke television. Heu, agirbo mu bi egwu nkwa na ya mgboju okwukwu kakwa ogugwu ema. Heu, mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu, na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. We're taking a look at our newspaper for today for our newspaper review segment. And now from the Nation headline. The headline there says, alleged terror financing DSS arrest ex-AGP Malami. And on the Punch paper, Amnesty deal outrage mounts as Castina moves to release 70 bandits. And on the Vanguard paper says confusion over alleged kidnap of 172 worshippers in 3 Kaduna churches. Still on the Vanguard, we'll be taking a look at Kano governor meets Tinubu defects to APC today. And on the Guardian paper says 50% coal tariff hike leaves operators happier, consumers frustrated. And our paper today will be starting off from the Punch paper that says Amnesty deal sparks outrage as Castina moves to release 70 bandits. Public anger is rising in Castina State following plans by the government to release 70 suspected bandits under an amnesty arrangement. Critics argue that freeing armed criminals undermines justice and disrespects victims of violence, while authorities insist the move is part of a broader peace-building strategy aimed at restoring security in troubled communities.
Alright, we'll take a look at this newspaper headline. Outrage mounts as Castina moves to release 70 bandits. For me, seeing this headline alone, I, marveled at the contradiction when we speak to the security situation in Nigeria at this moment. But when I take a quick look at the, what this newspaper headline is talking about, I'm quite consoled when I see that all the socio-cultural organizations in Nigeria are speaking to this issue, condemning this very act, which most of these social cultural organizations, when I am even more consoled that ACF, the Arewa Consultative Forums, are lending their voice on this issue, and they are not doing that shying away from the realities on ground. They speak vehemently against this very act, and I'm equally more consoled that in this case, that Nigeria seems to be unified in one accord, voicing their resentment as against this, which most of the people that spoke to the Punch newspaper and those I have listened to term the action as reckless and a danger to national security. Yes, and so there's no sugarcoating the situation. And when I look at this, you now begin to want to look at what data is saying to the security situation around Katsina State. When you take in the numbers ranging from, let's say, between 2020 and 2025, this is a state that has lost not less than 2,000 civilians to insecurity, speaking to the activities of terrorists, bandits, in Katsina State alone. And that is not to mention the security, the combatants that we've lost around the states and the houses surrounding that state, coming out publicly to hear this headline where we're hearing that the government of Katsina State is approving a release of 70 bandits. What one is expecting at this point in time is a prosecution of this very individual, proper prosecution of this individual. In fact, an expedited action in terms of prosecution. These are not an action where we have to dilly-dally or begin to pander to sentiments, because when you say where we are as a people, you see that part of the major challenge that we are having, speaking to the economic challenge that we are facing as a people, where hunger, we are told by the United Nations that in the nearest future we are going to face starvation as a result of the United States withdrawing aid. And this is a nation that is able, when you speak to the Granite Pyramid of weakness in Nigeria, a nation that is able to feed itself, then being mentioned as one of the countries in West Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa that will face hunger issues. Why? You ask yourself. That speaks to the question around insecurity in Nigeria, because that has made a lot of people run away from their community. Many are running away from their from their homeland. People are moving far away. Farmers are not able to go to the farm. And Katsina State is in the midst of all this, because I know Katsina State as an agrarian society. I've been there, and is equally a leeway out of Nigeria. Where you go to Maradi, there are a lot of economic activities happening in that area, which is now a shadow of itself. While I was in Katsina, for example, I know that a lot of foreigners come into Nigeria to do business in Nigeria, move up to Kano, for transactions and go back. A lot of foreign exchange coming in. But with the level of insecurity we are witnessing, I tell you that has become a shadow of its former self. And then one is talking about this headline where government is beginning to pamper this individual, and it leads us to asking certain questions. What message are we sending out?
What message are we
Yes, what message are we sending out? What is our national policy as against terrorism? Have we degenerated to a state where we are now negotiating with bandits? Is it now a state policy in Nigeria to negotiate with terrorists? Because when we use the word bandits, for me, it's as if we are sugarcoating the situation. No, let's call it what it is. People who are able to kidnap, maim, torture, take people away, and detonate crowds, worshippers are termed terrorists. So when we use the word bandits, for me, we are beginning to sugarcoat the issue, and it seems to be great sentiment around it. And when people talk about people being so sentimental or attached with the activities of these bandits, we may not be able to extricate or exonerate ourselves from such sentiments. So we'll call it what it is. It is terrorism, because these individuals are terrorizing the Nigerian state. Leading me to ask that question again. What is our state policy against terrorism? Do we willingly allow people to now negotiate with terrorists? That's the question. And should anyone, advance the argument that perhaps is a ploy, like the government is saying, in a part of their negotiation with an arms group to release this individual for what gains I do not know, perhaps as a means of releasing some kidnapped individual to the society or to secure peace in that territory? And I tell you, this has not worked. And should anyone be in a position to advance such a deal, where is the security agencies in this? I am quite informed that when you are making such negotiation, those that should be at the forefront of leading such negotiation should be the armed forces. Nigerian security, defense ministry should be at the forefront of advancing such conversation, meaning that such bulk starts on the table of the federal government, not the state government. And then, like I did ask, what message are we sending out to people? How would the how would the international community view Nigeria? Will they see us as a people who are serious with curbing issues around terrorism and banditry, if we choose to use the word banditry? Because I do not separate banditry from terrorism. Yes, if some people who have not carried arms but who carry songs and advanced flags as against the Nigerian state are termed terrorists, then every armed group who is waging war against the nation should be classified as terrorists. And no subnational, in my opinion, has that capacity or is empowered to enter into such negotiation for the Nigerian state. So as that is the case, another message that we are sending, because we've not answered the question of the international community, the likes of the United States government will continue to see us as a people who are not serious with fighting insurgency in Nigeria. And then, what message I ask again is, are we sending to this armed group? We, by this action, is emboldening them to continue to wage war against the Nigerian state. Because when we enter into such negotiation, what happens? You are releasing more men, more fighters to them, because these men have been indoctrinated. While they are held incommunicado, did we try to, psychologically evaluate them and begin to start what we call a psyop operation, where we will try to radicalize them? So on what terms are we releasing them back to these people to continue to arm, wage war, kidnap more people from Katsina State? So I, for one, I speak vehemently against this issue, and it negates what Nigeria stands as a people, because as it is today, I do not see any foreign international community that will take us serious at a time when the government of United States of America has come in and detonated a bomb in Nigeria, speaking to Soto in particular, meaning a direct engagement in Nigeria. So we shouldn't be seen to be negotiating with this period. The period for me for carrot approach has passed, because that has failed. I know that ranging from 2015 to this moment, there has been a state policy where we applied a little bit of the kinetic approach and the carrot approach. What happened? It has not worked, leading to the when we witnessed between October to December, myriads of kidnapping, school children being kidnapped in Papari, around areas around Niger State, Kwara State, to speak to about Katsina State as well. And this morning, I'm sorry to use the word because this is insulting to our sensibilities, and I begin to wonder what message are we passing to the families of individuals who have lost their loved ones to these terrorists, that we are releasing more men to them. So it's a time, like I did advance in the past, that the Nigerian state need to have a sit down and talk. Let's reformulate our national policy as against terrorism. It may be, granted that the formulators of the Nigerian Constitution, for instance, never witnessed what we are witnessing today. But as the times are changing, it's time that we begin to renegotiate certain things about the entity called Nigeria. And that, for me, will lead to a lasting peace and solution to the whole issue that we are facing. Who are the terrorists, who are those who are quite sentimental to the terrorists who have been wreaking havoc against this nation? For me, again, I speak, in total condemnation of this action. And such action, if one should go into it, equally is somehow emboldened by the action of the federal, where we were told that certain individuals were released from custody, from the kidnapped enclave, without, telling the nation in concrete terms how they were released. We were told that they were released by other means, non-kinetic means, through other further engagements that we are not told, either for security reasons. But you see that now, that such action is beginning to lead to other action where subnationals are negotiating, and if care is not taken, tomorrow we may begin to hear other issues. Maybe the likes of Gumi, will be said to be engaged by states like this to negotiate on their behalf, and that now tells you on what premise people should attack such an individual who has been, emboldened by the subnationals to go into negotiation on their behalf, giving him more ground to dictate to the Nigerian nation how to approach these bandits, and suggest that we approach them with kid glove. And I tell you, when we continue with actions like this, then terrorism, banditry, by whatever name we baptize it, and by whatever nomenclature they go, the Boko Haram, the Lokrama, ISIS, by whatever nomenclature will continue to exist. And what betides us as a nation, they make incursion beyond their dominance in the northern axis of this nation and make incursion on other regions of this nation. How do we combat them? We will continue to weigh them on our combatants. And I tell you for certain that through my engagement with most combatants, they are not happy when the Nigerian state goes into such negotiation with bandits. Though they may not voice their opinion publicly, but they are discouraged by such action, and it doesn't speak well of us as a people.
Yeah, the thing is that when you look at this from the whole organization, social, cultural organization, what they have been saying, you would see that this is from the state government, basically, and it is not right from the whole point. It is not right for the state government to go into negotiations to do that. Is not constitutionally right. Constitutionally, it is never right. And the groups that I would say a big kudos to the groups who have come out clear to call it what it is. That this is not what should happen, because if we are negotiating or trying to grant these people to bring them out of what like you asked, what about the families, not the victims too? What about is this now the new way, the new method that we that means people can just go into acting up, and when they act up, they can just find the government. And you know that this thing mostly, or we would say, that's how we've been seeing from this side of the country, how it has been. Of course, looking at US coming into Sokoto to detonate a bomb, and those warnings and all that speaks a lot of volumes that there could be something bigger than this, by US now collaborating with Nigeria, with the security forces of Nigeria. So now what we are seeing is not something that we can put our minds to, because it does not make any sense for a state government to try to bring out to resent, to call take these people back from their terrorism into okay, where will these people be? Are they not going to be inducted into the military? Are they not going to be inducted into a society where they will work as security agents? Are they not going to be brought into, okay, because they have handled arms, because they have done this? Why are we doing this? Why are we causing havoc? We are trying to curb security issues. We are trying to reduce the flagship issues that we are having in our nation.
Yeah.
And we are also introducing more. And where this thing pains more is that it is not a federal government-led initiative. It is a state government-led initiative. And that speaks volume about the region we are trying to combat. Of course, in other regions of Nigeria, the south, the middle belt, the west and the east, we have a lot of the north too. We have a lot of issues around this, especially in the north. So when these people are granted amnesty, where will they be? Which organization will they work?
Still in the same community.
Still in the same community. And when you say they are repented, how are they repented?
What makes them repented?
Do you get what makes them repented? What are they? The other day we talked about the release of the young girls, and we're talking about trauma. We're talking about if they have been if they are the bandits and they have killed, they have done something. They too have a larger scale of being traumatic. Let's not even go towards that side, because that's a whole lot that we may not uncover today. But it is something we will need to speak out. We will need to speak up. Thank God that all these socio-cultural socio-ethnic groups that we have that are guiding the tribes in Nigeria are speaking up to condemn, especially Arewa youths. Arewa youth, they are speaking up. They are gianting up so that we could understand the need for this thing that is about to go. And I will say that the federal government needs to intervene. They really need to intervene, because we need to, Mr. Chief, federal government needs to intervene.
No, but they are involved in all this. What I'm saying, there need to be harmonization on our national approach as regarding issues like this. The subnational, while it is, for example, the fault of the state governor, for example, to ensure security around the East Territory, I feel that there is a red line that cannot be crossed. And such red line is that when individuals who have held arms as against the Nigerian state, you understand, you no longer have that capacity to enter into such negotiation for the Nigerian state. And this is where the federal government comes in. It is within the purview of the federal government for me to now decide if they can enter into such negotiation as to release these 70 individuals, let me use the word suspected, terrorists or suspended bandits. So we should harmonize our approach to this issue, where you have a scattercut approach to it, where every state government enters into them. You may not be able to have a unified front, and while the actions of the subnationals are emboldening the terrorists, then how will the federal be able to combat such situation if they are not in agreement and in tandem on approach? Now, let me give you another dimension to this issue. Have you asked yourself, or you can take time to research and see what it takes a Nigerian soldier to quit? The process you have to go through. You don't quit the military, for example, in 1 month. At times, it takes upward of 6 months to 1 year when you submit an application that you want to leave the army. Why do we have such a long process? It has to be vetted, and there are protocols. Why is that? And when you're leaving, they have accurate information on where you're headed, so that you do not join an organization like that to wage war against the Nigerian state. That's why it takes such a long period of time for you to be able to let off from the military. Now, you have people, like you rightly mentioned, who have held arms against the Nigerian state, and then you want to release them back.
In a jiffy.
On what ground?
On what ground, yes.
We're talking about 70 individual with arms have the capacity to wreak havoc in the whole of Kaduna State.
Again.
I know what a combatant with an AK-47 can do. I have seen situations where with just 2 AK-47 combatants were able to repel a crowd of bandits. Do you understand? So now you have 70 combatants being now sent back to the field to continue to kidnap, terrorize the perhaps beyond Katsina State.
Yeah.
That's why it endangers the whole of the Nigerian state. It's no longer just Katsina State involved. And look at the figure coming out, where you have, from data available, over 2,000 civilians, not mentioning combatants, that's been killed in a state. And I ask, is that how we now no longer value human life in Nigeria?
At the end of the day, we're going to...
So, until the state government comes out to tell us on war ground, because the information available is that those interviewed, speaking to the Chief Justice of the state, the Commissioner of Justice and all that, nobody is volunteering comment as to this. So they should be able to come out and tell us. And the federal government, for me, should take action in this regard. There has to be a unified front.
A unified front,
yes,
led by the ministry.
Not where we are told everything is being put on ground. The United States government just sent in arms the other day to help our military combat the situation, and then we'll have a subnational entering into negotiation. No, I should see the Ministry of Defense involved in all this. I should see the Chief of Armed Forces, not Chief of Armed Forces, the President, I said. I should see the Chief of the Defense Staff as well, coordinated by Ministry of Defense, so that we have a unified front. If the DSS are they involved in this as well? So what are the information available? If it's a situation where you're trying to not let it get to the public domain, now it is in the public domain because you're not managing the situation well.
That's what we are seeing right now, and it doesn't go well with the federal government. I can tell you that from the point of someone who has been someone who hopes that we are going to, at the end of the day, tackle the issues, the security issues we are having. I think this is kind of a boomerang to us, because if we are looking up to fixing the security issues, we are looking up to doing it from a holistic side, where the state government and the federal government will collaborate, like we said, and which will, when this should not be led by just the federal government itself, it should be led by the components of the federal government in the security system. For instance, we mentioned the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Defense, all the service chiefs and their cohorts gathering, having a meeting. Like, look at this. When you say you want to tackle security, and in that same security you are trying to tackle, you are trying to bring out setting of the shrugs and keep it, then tackle the rest. Won't the shrugs turn around against you? That is what I see happening, that could happen in the coming days, like we have seen.
Anyway, for me, more heartwarming about this is that all the pan-social-cultural organizations, including Arewa, and even community leaders that we have spoken to, are all against such move, because it negates and paints the efforts of the federal government in bad light. Because I know for one that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu speaks eloquently to fighting insurgency and wanting to bring it to the barest minimum in the nearest future. So efforts should be unified, and like we are saying, the Ministry of Defense should be involved. There are a whole lot of departments that should be involved in all this. I don't know if I always want to liken other states. If you've seen where the foreign governments are entering into such negotiation, you will see intelligence, you will see Ministry of Justice. So there are a whole lot of, you see the police, so it wouldn't be just an arm or a subnational involved in all this. There has to be a unified effort, knowing what we are doing, and as to this is why we are doing it. Even when you don't want to volunteer information for security reasons, but we shouldn't be seeing such headlines where subnationals are the ones spearheading such action as against the general advice of the Nigerian people, because the pan-social cultural organization that has spoken represent the interests of the various cultural groups in Nigeria, and that should be taken seriously.
Yes, that's right.
All right, thank you very much. Now moving over to our next paper. The Vanguard that says Kano Governor Yusuf meets Tinubu defects to APC. The Margin report suggests that Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf met with President Bola Tinubu today, sparking widespread speculation that the governor has defected to the All Progressives Congress APC. While official confirmation is still awaited from both camps, the development, if verified, would mark a major political shift in Kano and could significantly reshape party alignments ahead of future elections. Political watchers are closely monitoring the situation as Nigerians await a clear statement to confirm or deny the reported defection.
All right. When we were looking at this headline, it's been long in the making. You know, there's been series of news reports as to this issue, so it may not be surprising again when we see that Governor Yusuf has finally defected to the ruling APC and is long expected. And let me tell you, if somebody projects or tells you that all the state governors in Nigeria will be in APC before the 2027 election or 2026 election, because we no longer know when the election is coming, that you won't be surprised. You understand? Yes, if a fortune teller comes tomorrow to tell me that by the next election, that all governors in Nigeria, all senators in Nigeria, all House of Rep members, and in fact every politician in Nigeria will be in APC come the next election cycle, I won't be surprised. Yes, and like I did say, it's been happening. The party where the governor belongs, you know, has been fighting the information, you know, even let me use the word because I don't, it's benefactor because I don't want to use the word godfather. You know, Senator Kwankwaso over time has spoken to is not endorsing this movement to APC. But one thing that is certain, and I may want to ask, because we know for a fact that Kwankwaso, who is the leader of the Kwankwasia movement, who spearheads the party upon which the state governor belongs, upon the party which he attained power, you know, had been in negotiation with the ruling party, and perhaps that negotiation no longer favors, you know, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, and the governor seem to have bought into the idea to move to the ruling APC. One thing that is not in doubt here is that at one point or the other we are expecting defection, and the newspaper this morning telling us that he is meeting Tinubu and would finally defect is no news to me, because for me what is happening at this point in time from information available is that the governor is negotiating the grounds. You know, if he is defecting to APC, for instance, he should be sure that he will be given the ticket of the party, and these are the grounds that you would cover before you want to move into another party. A sitting governor in a state like Kano wouldn't want to be, you know, sidebarred or ambushed in a party. Would say he is not one of the, you know, he will be going into that party as a newcomer, and we would want to be sure upon which ground he is entering the party. And I think that's why he has not made this move over time. If the information available to us, definitely Governor Yusuf will be moving to the party. But what is surprising to me is I am wondering, knowing Governor Yusuf over time, because while Kwankwaso was in power in Kano State, for example, I knew that he was, beyond being an in-law to, you know, to Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, he is one of the staunch supporters of the political activities of Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. So, but being the governor and being emboldened to move away from the movement led by Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso is where, you know, I am surprised at, because this is one thing I never, you know, saw coming, that a day will come when Governor Yusuf would want to stand alone away from Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. And for all it is worth, I still expect maybe in the nearest future, if the governor is moving, that perhaps we may witness the senator himself moving to the APC. So I do not rule that out. But one thing I do not know for sure is that the people of Kano State, if they will be in support of their governor moving to the APC, and information available to us, and we've seen it where the government house, you know, has been more fortified with, we've seen armored vehicles, police water carriers, hot water carriers, you know, stationed around the government house in Kano, forestalling what they term as a breakdown of law and order if eventually the governor moves to APC. And one thing I tell you about Kano people is that they love their party, and they move in tandem and unison as a people. They are very politically conscious, very politically aware in what is happening. Even the Alamajiri on the street understands the intricacies of the Nigerian politics and is a keen observer of happenings politically. I tell you that even an Alamajiri that is not of age, is affiliated to one party or the other. And this now tells me, like a lot of analysts have raised the question, was this why the former APC chairman, the former governor of Kano State, Babaganduje, had to step down to walk things from behind to see that they secure Kano State? And be that as Kano is a very prized asset to any political party. And I know that if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is so politically sagacious, the master strategies that we are told, he wouldn't want to leave Kano for anybody. He would do everything to see that Kano is on board, because the calculation of APC, if one may want to infer, is they want to secure every state by winning over all the state governors as a structural way of gaining momentum come into 2027 election. I know for certain that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu wouldn't want to be taking such a tortuous road that he underwent in 2023, where the likes of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, who many people no longer are able to keep up to his routines during the election, a man who has the capacity to visit three, far apart states in Nigeria within one day. So I know that the president will be moving ahead to see that such situation will not happen, such that by 12 o'clock on election day, come 2027 or in 2026, that it will be a landslide victory before 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that there are conditions that Governor Yusuf, has meted out that he's going to use if he's going to move to APC, of course. Even though that the NNPP main man, the former governor of Kano State, Kwankwasia, the one leading.
Yes, Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwasia.
Yes, he has said that that's a betrayal to him, because how both of them have been together. Even the deputy of the present governor has said he will remain at the NNPP because he's not seen any reason why he should move with the present governor. I can tell you for a fact that there are many things surrounding this, and he said one of these reasons that the state that they will produce a minister from his state, that he must have a minister, a federal minister. And looking at that, and looking at why we are bringing in politics, we are mixing politics with party game. That is to tell you that he is having it on a platter of his own gold, and not on a platter of any other person's gold. Because on a normal, it will not have. The River State governor Fubara did not have any demand that they made. They just had to move, and everything had to come together for them. While this particular governor is asking for a ministerial position from his state. So that tells you that looking at what we're having, there will be a lot of clash. When I mean not physical clash, but clash of interest. And we are expecting that in the next election, because if your deputy is not going to move with you, but you moved, then I don't know how it's going to be. And the person who you are an in-law to, in fact, your predecessor is actually telling you that this thing that you're about to do, is looking like you are betraying me. Well, we are talking about the ruling party in Nigeria, and we are expecting them to go to any height to ensure that they keep up with what they are doing. Of course, playing the game of the party system in Nigeria and maintaining their position, and strengthening other parts of it, which they could collaborate with the governors in Nigeria. I don't think Kwankwaso is happy from what I'm seeing, but we're going to see that after he meets with the president. The party secretary, the party secretary has come out to also say that they are expecting him just from no moment from now that he will be in the party, and the people of Kano too, being NMPP driven, will now have to understand or start changing their philosophies just because of or societal ideologies, just because of the new system which is being introduced to them in the political party area. And I'm sure, like you said, there will be maybe a little issue. We are predicting, of course. We are not saying this is what was going to happen. We are just kind of predicting and bringing it out there that there could be a little tension as this process takes place. And remembering that if you just like in the last election, we have the major states in Nigeria that delivered the voting is up to 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. That if you win in those states, it could be said that you are winning, or you could be leading in the election that is going on. As I hope you know, that in that particular, you know, even when we are not aware of anything happening in election, there are certain states you come and ask, are these people winning? Say no. Who won in this state? You say APC. Who won in this state? Say this party. Who won in this state? You say any party. You just have to they have to ensure that they win in each of these states. So when they have secured their win, I think that him moving over to APC too will also give the party a more likely structure to have an advantage, especially to the president in the coming general election. That's what I'm thinking.
All right. What you said is quite apt. But you know what gladdens me is the manner in which Kano politics is being played. They play their politics more mature, if I will use the term, as to compared to what is happening in Rivers State at the moment, where we're seeing the benefactor in Rivers State, you know, fighting what many has called his godson, you know, moving to APC, and as to who owns the party ticket come 2027. But one thing I tell you is that, yes, you can't take away the violent nature of Kano politics from the whole scenario, but I know for certain that when it comes to the term godfatherism, it is played more mature. We do not see anyone, you know, see it degenerating to the level where of the River State, you know, has degenerated to. But one thing I know is that the Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso is a deft politician who will hold his own anytime, and people should not be surprised if the part of the negotiation that is going on still includes the position of the senator, you know, in all this. Because one thing I know about Kwankwaso is that he is a deft and savvy politician who more often plays to, you know, deceive the, you know, onlookers while he's making other maneuvers. Part of what we've been hearing from him in terms of negotiating with other political parties and the rumored affiliation with the ADC, you know, could be part of the gimmick to persuade the ruling APC to accept their own position in terms of negotiation for the governor's defection to the political party. Yes, so it will be surprised to see that the senator himself equally at the end of the day, after Governor Yusuf, you know, defects to APC as well, like I did say, or perhaps still hold the ground for the governor and APC in their party from Kano perspective. But one thing I don't know how it will happen is that I do not foresee a situation where former governors now, you know, speaking to Kwankwaso himself and Baba Ganduje, you know, how they will embrace each other in APC, you know, going forward. And then that leaves another issue, because we know that in Kano politics there is always this crisscrossing where the bull and the bear do not meet. Speaking to former Governor Shakaro and Kwankwaso himself, they don't belong to a political party, and I see the same scenario playing out with Baba Ganduje in the midst as well. But be that as it may, however it plays out, one thing that is not in doubt is that Kano State is one of the KK states where any deft politician would want a strong hold on going into election. Before 2023, you know, 2023 trumped up a different card for Nigeria. There were a different scenario like we've ever witnessed. Those who study Nigerian politics ranging from 1962 will tell you that 2023 was a different a different animal altogether, and people are still studying as to what happened given to the the activities of the obedient movement and their principal P2B, who changed the dynamics and of the Nigerian politics, and we still believe that that will impact the elections of Nigeria going forward. So, but be that as it may, I know that any politician, be Mr. President or all of them, will want a stronghold on Kano. Kano is one of the areas people fight seriously for the votes, as that will shape who becomes what in the next general election.
All right, thank you very much for that. I'll be moving over to our next paper, coming from the Nation headline, and the Nation headline that says, alleged terror financing, DSS arrests ex-AGF Malami. The Department of State Services has arrested former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, over allegations linked to terror financing. While details remain sketchy, the development has sent shockwaves through political and legal circles, with many Nigerians calling for transparency, due process, and a thorough investigation as the DSS continues its probe.
All right. While we deliberate on this issue, I'll call for the video on the former SGF where he was being rearrested. But while we wait for that video to come up, there has been a lot of issues around this scenario. But the first thing I would want to observe is the transient nature of power. Today that you're in power is very, it will be very, very apt that you use your powers judiciously for the right things, because the wielders and movers of power today, you will be maybe at the receiving end tomorrow. This is the former Attorney General of the Federation, so powerful in his time that there was a lot of, rumors and very many things coming out as regards he was so powerful, and today he is at the mercy of state agents. But be that as it may, one thing that is obvious is that if he has erred, I'm of the opinion that he should face the law. He should be prosecuted, and prosecuted judiciously as well. Let him pay for whatever crime. If he has in any way enriched himself through his office by corrupt means, he should account for it. I do not see anything wrong. I've always advocated that when you hold a certain office, you should be able to give account of your stewardship anytime that you're called upon. So I subscribe to that. But what I do not in itself subscribe is where we politicize this situation, because a lot of analysts has likened this to issues around politics, and it may not be far-fetched. That's not to say that I submit to that opinion, but we know that recently, especially since the demise of the former president Muhammadu Buhari, that Malami has been quite outspoken, because you know that he belongs to the faction of the former president when it comes to the ruling APC, and they've been one of the groups touted not to be in tandem with the Lagos faction, if I may. And so when people begin to raise eyebrows as to this being a political having a political undertone or being political motivated, then one is forced to pause and watch. But one thing that is obvious here, if either politics or whatever it is, if he has committed a crime, he should pay for it. And then it becomes even more more quite interesting to see that while he's being released from the correctional facility, as we will see in the video, shortly, that yes, he is equally on the same day being rearrested by the Department of State Security for what they term, tell us that there's a discovery of catchment of arms in his Benin KB country home. So for me, this becomes a question of crime against the state, because it's being alleged that he has collaborators, with some ex-government officials who have set base outside the country with the aim to terrorize or attack Nigeria. But we'll pause to watch that video.
Who is your guy among you? Can I see your ID card to be sure? How are you? Okay, who is your guy among you? Can I see your ID card to be sure? Yes.
Like I did mention, you see why I refer to power being transit. You see the former all-powerful former Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice, Malam Abubakar Malami, son, asking, these officers, who is your leader, who is in charge, can I see your ID card? In the past, these men may not be able to come close to, when he was in power, they may not be able to come close to him in that regard. But today, we are seeing him being whisked away by state agents, and he is asking, to see who is the leader of the, the group that has come to rearrest him, and to see the ID card. That tells you that while we hold power, we should be cautious of our activities, and power should be used to better the life of the citizens. But be that as it may, while we look at the issue around, terror financing is a very serious crime. And first of all, before I comment on this, I would want to caution the state to be sure that what information available and they are feeding the public is to the fact. Yes. Let it not be a politically motivated witch hunt in any guise. Though if Malam Abubakar Malami in any case, is found to be culpable in sense of terror financing and amassing ammunition in his private abode as against the Nigerian state, he should be able to explain in no clear terms how he came about such catchment of arms and what he intends to do with it. And like we are being told, if he has collaborators, he should make the list available to the Director of State Intelligence, and they should follow such list and pursue it to a logical conclusion. Whoever is involved should be made to be answerable to the law. See what we've witnessed in Nigeria as regards terrorism, insecurity in Nigeria, to the magnitude that we are beginning to lose a lot of collaboration with foreign organizations and governments in Nigeria. So we should be careful and say that we pursue such issues to logical conclusion. And who are these collaborators that we are being told, former government officials or minister who he's collaborating with to, form or plan to attack the nation? So we should be given these facts, and they should be prosecuted, not just where we see sensationalism on the front pages of the newspaper. They should pursue this situation to a logical conclusion, irrespective of where such individual is hiding at the moment. Let them carry out a thorough investigation and release such list while they prosecute them. There's what you call, fast-track prosecution. This shouldn't be one of those situations you wait for the whole scenario occasions to die down and then you continue to gain mileage the way you want. No, justice should be seen to be done in this case, and we are quite interested in it because of the number of Nigerians that have lost to insecurity. And a number of times we are being told that, when I remember the words of former President Goodluck Jonathan, that some of these terrorists are in his government. People now raise eyebrow and ask questions. And a number of times people say that, yes, they are highly placed individuals who are enabling and empowering these bandits to continue to terrorize Nigeria. So as against that background, we call for a thorough investigation of such case scenario. And if, like I did say, if he is found wanting, let him face the law.
The law, yeah, if he's found wanting, let him face the law. As a senior advocate of Nigeria and an ex-AGF, I can tell you that he is someone who has been in high places, and from what I saw and from what he said when he was in the office, he said that no dime of insecurity will be tolerated, and there will never be a situation that will bring insecurity. Whoever it is, however it is, the person will be brought to books. I think if it's what we are seeing now is as an alleged description of the situation, we are seeing Nigeria and the states taking action on what has been pronounced earlier. I don't know if you get it on what has been said earlier, because there are sometimes you will need to put the whole situation, put it out there. Let us know how it is going. For instance, we said this the other day about the same insecurity. This insecurity issue, if it's alleged, if the whole thing has come to play, we would see that there are even young people who have been initiated or been killed due to insecurity. We're talking about the economy, and we're also talking about several things, how the business of Nigeria may be halted, especially businesses around that Castina environment and Kano. All the places will be halted because of insecurity. How investors could not come in. And you being someone who has been in power, and these arms are found in your house, I could tell you that there could be a lot of things, not just political undertone, but you know that basically many things that happen in Nigeria, that happen at the forefront of Nigeria's politicals, even bringing people to justice, we could always point it to a political dynamia. But we can say that this is something we may not have seen coming at the end of the day. We may not have seen it coming, but the whole thing is that we are practicing the justice we said to practice as a nation. I don't know if you understand that. No. We're practicing the justice we are said to practice as a nation. We are putting things down as the people who have been selected to rule. Like we are now learning to be bold with certain issues that we may not have been bold to. I can tell you that it could be before everyone may be dodging, everyone may be trying to hide or just put things by the side. But right now, I think even at the end of the day, there are issues that, like you said, let the people, the ex-minister, of course, he said from the news, an ex-minister who is also collaborating and is being monitored by DSS, particularly is in the eyes of the eagle to be taken as a captive, because if at the end of the day he is found guilty and he is found to be doing this in this regard, we could say that justice is taking place. And being the Attorney General of the Federation, former Attorney General of the Federation, tells you that this is we are in the lane of justice, and we're trying to bring these things.
All right. Yes, that's one thing that is not in doubt here is that former Attorney General of the Federation, Malam Abubakar Malami, knows his rights, and if he is committing a crime, he knows what the law says about such situation. Yes. And before and always, I maintain that this shouldn't be politically motivated. The state should be sure of the facts they are putting out. That reminds me, one thing I would equally commend the government for the courage to be able to, pursue such, situation to a logical conclusion, because it takes courage on the part of the government to want to come after such a highly placed individual. Remember that over time we've been told about a list of terrorist sponsors in Nigeria that has not been made public. Until this moment, we are seeing the DSS now coming after. Perhaps they started as corruption allegation and charges. Then in the process of investigation, this angle was opened up where we see that there is a catchment of arms leading to issues around insecurity in Nigeria, and which is why over time we've called that the list of terrorist sponsors in Nigeria be made public, though we are told that due to investigations and all that they may not be able to make it public. But if it's been made public, we will be able to know these individuals, and at that time the state would equally be persuaded to pursue such cases to a logical conclusion. But be that as it may, it equally speaks to what issues the United States government are raising to the courage of the Nigerian state to combat insecurity in Nigeria. And when you see cases like this being pursued, investigated, then it now tells you that the government is doing nothing. But if I may sign off with the fact that the government should see to it that this is not a political witch shot, and if he has committed these crimes, they should go after every collaborators, prosecute them, and make sure that they serve the time required, because issue of insecurity cannot be overemphasized in Nigeria. We have seen hell as a people. We've lost human lives as a people. Business have moved out from Nigeria because of issues around insecurity.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now this is where we call it a day on our newspaper review, and up next is our sports update.
All right, you know, a lot has been happening in the world of sports since we rounded up AFCON, and just that the Super Eagles, I don't know if you noticed that the Super Eagles, they were not around to take their bronze medals, because from the news, the NFF chairman has come out to say that they had to move back to their clubs, respective clubs, because their clubs needed them urgently, and that tells you the importance of African players on the foreign soil. I don't know if you are noticing that, Mr. Che, that African players are really important on the foreign soil, and the person who took the medals, the bronze medal, is our NFF chairman. Is the one that took it. So he told them that in case you people want it, I am with it. So he had to go and collect it for them. Now it's still in the news, still in Nigeria. Things happening around the sports we have in Nigeria. Now it's side gist. Today is Champions League. We are moving on from that. But what is happening in Nigeria is that Ademola Lookman, Arsenal has rejected a 40 million bid from his club, and that drives me to a point where I'm feeling somehow about this, because looking at his play in the AFCON and how he has delivered, the goals he scored good goals, and he was very important for the teams during the AFCON. I can tell you that there are certain things that we may not have seen. Arsenal turning down on him. He is not an injury player basically, and he has done well. So we don't really know why Arsenal has turned down on the price. We could say because of price. African players, you know, can we say that their price in the market are not highly placed or highly rated? But that's what we're going to find out in the coming days, and it's confirmed that Super Eagles head coach will remain as the Super Eagles head coach for the next few years, and will handle the competitions that we are having in Nigeria as a sports nation, and we're expecting that too, because he has done well. He has only lost just 2 matches, I could say, since he became the Super Eagles head coach. He lost last year, and he is going to make some great impact in our team, and we're looking forward to having that happen. This is all we could give in the world of sports. Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you very much for that sports update. And moving over to our business update, starting with the Nigerian stock market. Yesterday, Monday, January 19, 2026, the Nigerian stock market opened the week with a very slight bearish tilt, as the all-share index ASI did by 0.01%. Despite the marginal decline in the index, the market breadth remained positive, with nearly double the number of gainers compared to losers. Now, in the summary, we see that the ASI, the all-share index, closed at 166,112.50 points, down from Friday's 166,129.50 points. And speaking to market capitalization, which closed approximately at 106.34 trillion naira, trading activities saw investors' engagement being robust, with 629.6 million shares traded in over 57,000 days, valued at approximately 14.75 billion naira. And leading the gainers yesterday was NCR Nigeria, which closed its books at 141 naira 40 kobo, making a plus 10% positive adjustment. And then on the top of the losers list is industrial and medical gases, which closes book yesterday at 34 naira 85 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.95%. Then we can see that the banking sector saw a slight lift, rising by 0.28%, followed by the consumer goods index, which faced some pressure, declining by 0.47%. And then when we move forward to look at the performance of the naira, we can tell that at the exchange rate, the naira traded at 1,417.95 as against the dollar. That's at the official window, while at the parallel market, which many choose to call the black market, raised price hovered around 1,495 naira per dollar, and that is it for the business update today.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, this is all for today's Sunrise on Aneke TV. Please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, Facebook, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here on our show every morning, every Monday to Friday. I am Deborah Nwakoba.
And Mr. Good Hope, the man of many parts, the commissioner of enjoyment, the metal mechanic. Thank you for coming to Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to have you. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us at Aneke TV and Sunrise crew, we'll say thank you for watching. And stay with us till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ndi Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops in one spirit with Ohaneze Ndi Igbo have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service, it is remembrance, it is survival, it is thanksgiving for a people who endured and endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one. Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etighị ụmọnwụ ntakịtụkwamọgwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze and Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured and endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one. Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Ibadan, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp, renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward, establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas, construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma, revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. And we apologize for coming a bit late, as is not in our performance to be untimely. And thank you for your understanding. Today, we are looking at a very critical issue, speaking to the Rivers State House of Commotion, the way forward. And today on The Insight, as we welcome you into this very edition, Rivers State House of Assembly, dubbed the House of Commotion, where impeachment moves against the governor Similaye Fubara threaten to paralyze governance. Today, we dissect the budget issues, the judicial tensions, mediation efforts shaping the way forward for this oil-rich state amid pro-Wike lawmakers' push and Fubara's defiance. Join us as our guest, also Barrister Nnadume Ofokansi, a human rights activist, legal luminary, and one who prides himself as a farmer. Join us to dissect these issues. Also,
thank you for having me this morning. Happy New Year to the crew and everybody in the studio.
yes, I will have said Happy New Year because we're so excited to see you in 2026. Yes, also, we are looking at the issue in River State. But before I ask my questions based on the happenings, for the sake of our audience, can you give us a brief intro to what culminated into this very crisis that we are witnessing at this point?
Well, the crisis in River State could be traced to the bad side of godfatherism, because if it had not been for godfatherism, the crisis wouldn't be there. Nigeria has learned a culture of democracy from America, the presidential democracy from America, but they have not learned the other things that swim with the American side. They learned their older imposed African cultural let me say pattern to the democracy that they imported from the United States. And in the United States, nobody talks about who is a good godfather, who is not a godfather. In any case, in the United States, where we borrowed this presidential system from, and before even you contest the post of a mayor of any county, you must be there on your merit. You must be qualified academically, you must be qualified financially, you must be qualified socially. All ramifications of qualifications, you must have it before you now contest. You either win or lose. But here, in Nigeria, in Africa, in Nigeria especially, we practice a democracy that leans so much on godfatherism. Jim Wobodo was old-time governor of old Anambra State, comprising Enugu, Anambra, Ebonyi, part of Abia, and some part of Imo, even in the olden days. But then there was still Imo State, because Sambako was there. But now, when Jim himself, when we came back to democracy in 1999, Jim actually helped me, the wife, Chimaroke Nnamani, because it was Ndokago that was the choice of the people in 1999. But it was a battle between Jim Wobodo and Sisi Ono, who takes the turn next. And because Ono, even though he stayed there for about 3 months, 90 days, it was deemed that the people of the other clan, that the other tribe, which was even a wrong permutation there, because Ono is also from Enugu East Central Zone, if you have to check it that way, because Enugu North, where Ono came from Step, where the Akane, that Nongwo is in about 3 local governments. Ngo is in Odi, Ngo is in Enugu North, Ngo is even part of Enugu East. Because there are some parts of Ngo that got into Enugu East. So especially when you look at the Transekulu area that Ngo, try to corner. So summarily, what I'm trying to analyze, getting the background like you asked me, is what led to this. It is just because of the godfathers. So Jim Wobodo then brought Chimaroke. At the time, he fell out with Chimaroke. To the extent that the same impeachment move now that Fubara is suffering in River State, Chimaroke suffered it between 2002 and 2003, where he was almost completing his first tenure. So at the end of the day, the people who went for the impeachment move in the House of Assembly were scattered. Chimaroke is in brigandage. He succeeded scattering them. Besides, he also got a court order restraining the people who are trying to remove him from office, because Nigeria doesn't even have impeachment in the clause in the constitution. What Nigeria have is removal.
Excuse. For the sake of our audience, we need clarity on that.
Yes, there's no word impeachment in Nigerian constitution.
In Nigerian constitution?
Yes, I think it is section, 188 or there. I'll get the section. But what Nigeria said, when the governor commits offenses that tend to be, in parentheses, impeachable offenses, and the chief judge sets a panel and the panel approves those panel, it goes to the House of Assembly, and House of Assembly removes the governor. It didn't say impeach the governor, because in the word impeach means you have been told that what you are doing is wrong. Now it is now behoves on the masses to either say you will be removed or not. But Nigeria jumped to that word, they now deliberate and moved on to remove as threat. After all, Bill Clinton was impeached in the United States after having sexual relationship with Monica Lewinsky. Now, at the end of the impeachment, it was just like somebody says, you have been convicted of this offense. Now, sentencing. There is a difference between conviction and sentencing in law. So they are now telling the American people, do you want us now to remove Bill Clinton? He has been impeached. There was a public plebiscite on that. Public opinion now weighed against it. I said, the economy is moving, there is job, people are happy, there is food, people get job. Why if every woman in America wants to open their legs for Clinton, so be it. Let the man continue what he's doing for us as a president. And that was why Clinton was not removed. But even though he didn't go scot-free, when he left the presidency, he came back to practice law because he's a lawyer like I am. And the American bar association said he can't, because he lied under oath, because he swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. But he denied the fact that he never had any sex with Monica Lewinsky. So at the end of the day, they said he lied on that, which is perjury. Because of that, he can't practice law again. So what he did was to dust his wig and gown and go back to Harvard Law School as a teacher. So these are the aftermaths of impeachment and the removal. So the hallmark of what we are discussing as a result of Rivers State is that what is his name? Peter Odili brought Amechi. Amechi picked Wike. I won't use the word from gutter, but somebody who was virtually nothing. He picked him from there to chairman Obiakpo local government, from Obiakpo local government chairman to the government house, that's chief of staff, because Amechi said he wanted to be commissioner for finance or something like that. He told him no, he wanted to place him where he can monitor him. So he made him chief of staff in government house.
That's what Amechi said.
Amechi said that, and Amechi, even though we can deny everybody that made him whatever he is. Now, Wike eventually wanted to become governor, but Amechi didn't give that kind of leverage when he wanted to become governor. He's not our that support. So he has to run to Mr. Patient Jonathan. And the Patient Jonathan backed him up. Stayed the same government that played out. And he became governor. He got the ticket and served 2 tenures in Rivers State. Now, as he was going, he brought his commissioner for finance. This Sim Fubara. He made him was the commissioner for finance. All of them know how they traded in coins and how they covered themselves up. So he made him governor. He nominated him and he won the governorship primaries against every other odd in Rivers State then. Now, Wike did not behave like others who packaged him. Like Peter who packaged Rotimi. He never gave Rotimi any serious conditions. Rotimi, who helped, or Patient Jonathan, who helped Wike become whatever he is today, never gave Wike any conditions. But Wike has conditions for Fubara. And Fubara not fulfilling those conditions brought about this crisis. Because Wike even told us, I'm not saying allegedly, he said that he bought form for every single PDP elected officer in Rivers State. It's on public domain. He said it himself. So in other words, every member of House of Assembly, he bought their form. Every person who is in the House of Reps, he bought their form. Everyone who is maybe in the Senate, he bought their form. So even as a local government, he now continued until eventually he also now got all the local government chairmen. But now, other things we are playing out. Fubara wanted to be independent, at least to be free to work for the vast people. But maybe Wike refused. So at the end of the day, this snowballed into a very serious political breach, necessitating the House of Assembly locking the man even out when he comes to present the budget, trying to disdain him in any kind of insult a governor like they are insulting a street hawk. Now at the end of the day, Tinubu imposed a state of emergency and temporarily removed the governor and the House of Assembly. Now having done that, having removed the governor and the House of Assembly, they went on a 6-month suspension, and Abbas came up as the sole administrator. That's all administration had a budget. And having had a budget, he has no House of Assembly. So the budget has to go to the National Assembly. The National Assembly now approves his budget. So for the 6 months he stayed there, he knows how much he budgeted, how much he was spending. And there is a spillover in that expense when Fubara came back. So Fubara need not present any new budget anymore. So on that ground, I fought the House of Assembly because they might be looking for a bad name to crucify a dog. Ordinarily speaking, if Fubara has a rollover budget from Abbas, he don't need to represent it to the House of Assembly because that has been approved somewhere. It was made law. It was even a national act, not even a state law. So it was a national act because once the National Assembly passes your budget, that budget becomes an act of National Assembly. If the state assembly passes it, it becomes the law of the state assembly. So it was the National Assembly that passed it. So they now talked about that he was spending money without permission, that he was giving appointment without proper, and all these things, according to them, constituted impeachable offenses for which they should remove him from office.
One thing is very clear from your submission, that the Nigerian Constitution doesn't recognize the word impeachment, but rather removal. Perhaps having seen that the Nigerian society is more complicated than where we copied our democracy from. But before digging into the issue around the budget and the National Assembly, I want to ask, do you feel that the 6 months emergency rule in Rivers State didn't achieve anything at all if we are back to the trenches one more time?
Well, I think it didn't achieve, rather than achieving anything positive, it escalated it. Because Abbas didn't also have matters. The way he was going when he was there for that 6 months. Even if it was a military dictatorship, the way he was carrying about his duties then, leaves much to be desired. And I say it without fear of equivocation that thing was an albatross. Nonetheless, that Supreme Court even gave it a tint of legality. But you also find out that Supreme Court is regarded as infallible because they are final. But they are final doesn't mean they are infallible. Yes.
Just hold the thoughts. We'll go on an emergency break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe on this issue.
Thank you.
Aneke television. How I get one of the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Futanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Akes, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Yamela Madia, who me, Bobia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you what Aneke television.
Ndibo.
Thank you for staying with us, and we'll be looking at Rivers House of Commotion, the way forward, and we'll be speaking with Ozo Nadume Ferdinand, who is a legal luminary.
Ozo Nadume Fokansi.
No, Ozo Nadume Fokansi, I beg your pardon. Who is a legal luminary and a human rights activist, and equally a farmer. Also, you were speaking to the issue around the judiciary, the Supreme Court being final, because they are not final.
They are infallible because they are final, yes. So I said the Supreme Court gave it a tint, that's a very suspension, gave it a tint of legality, which of course I know one day they'll still set aside. Because no law will empower one elected person to remove an unelected person. There have been a set of emergency in Nigeria even before Tinubu came on board. Jonathan toyed with it in Borno State during the era of Shetima, who is now the vice president. Obasanjo did it during Joshua Darie in Plateau. In all these things, none of them removed the governor. Apart from the one President Tinubu did. So, having done that, it was like Wike was having the last laugh. Then, Fubara went on suspension, came back. Now, rather than abide by the tenets of the peace deal brokered by the president, the crisis assumed a more dangerous dimension. The River State House of Assembly, which I call the conundrum of that very crisis, they are the conundrum of that very crisis, because they are the ones instigating this crisis. It's not everything we can tell you that you must do, but good a thing. You see, if you are boxing a small child, you say you are bigger than the child, will beat you hell out of you, and they are boxing the child. At the time the child gets to the wall and places his leg on the wall, even if he doesn't know how to fight back, can always push you with the support of that wall. And if you don't take time, you will fall down. So this last onslaught on Fubara, other things began to crop up. Other ideas, political ideas, and political workings and calculations and permutations began to, push in. First, the House of Assembly all declared for APC with all the members of the local government executive. As if that was not enough, Fubara also declared for APC. And now, River State is APC state now. It's no more a PDP state. Wike is still in PDP, which he has bastardized. Tinubu's Man Friday in the southeast here is Hope Uzodimma. Even though I've never taken a liking for Uzodimma for any reason, because I see him as someone who never won any election. But this time around, he's playing the good Man Friday, because Hope Uzodimma, who is the arrowhead of Tinubu's campaign for 2027, that the Hope Initiative for 2027, and in charge of all the vehicles that they were doing out all over 36 states of the Federation, have the ear of the governor, of the president, at the last slightest call. Now, the same Hope Uzodimma has gone to align himself with the Fubara. And now Wike is still Tinubu's minister. But while he was minister, he kept marching on a lot of toes until he marched on the toe of the military. And that's one, because it's something that might be playing on in the background without showing us Nigerians. But anybody who has number 6 and as his idea, know that you don't confront such top military brass without a fallback. Wike has done that. The fallback on Wike is what is playing out now. Right. He doesn't get the ear of the president. Like the week before, every week he will organize a press conference, even more than the president's spokesperson. And like somebody said, Wike doesn't need a spokesman because he's a spokesperson for himself. Right. Yes.
But let's look at the State Assembly.
Yes.
We are aware that they've served the notice to the governor, yes, and they are now mandating the chief judge of the state to set up a panel. Amidst that, we are aware that there is a substituting court injunction on the chief judge not to constitute the panel, in fact, to suspend the whole action in the meantime. And I want to ask, where does that leave the chief judge? Is he, by going ahead with setting up a panel, will be defying the court order?
But he cannot set the panel.
Why?
If there is a court order restraining you from performing an act, and you flag that order, they will institute impeachment, committal proceedings against you.
Okay.
So there is the lawyers are waiting on the wings. If the CJ decide to disobey the court for which he is the head, the truth of the matter is that he can't even do that. I'll give you a precedent that has happened. When I was giving my intro, I talked about Chimarok and Jim Wober and the then Chief Judge, Jesse Enugu. Why the House of Assembly has done everything they should do in Abuja. wanted to come because the law is that he must do whatever impeachment or removal in a house of assembly, not in a hotel. So they now came back to Enugu to now formally do it in the house of assembly. The Chimarokeans, which are 5 brigades, scattered all of them. But nonetheless, they were able to serve the chief judge of Enugu State then. The resolution for them to set up the panel. Now, I won't start calling names because it might look like adverts. Some lawyers, headed by one person, Agu was then, working for Dr. Chimaroke Naman, headed to the State High Court and got an order of injunction restraining the chief judge. But they had a motion. So while the motion was pending, the chief judge got the notice from the House of Assembly to set up the panel. And there was a mounting pressure on the Jacob Ubura's JCN to set up the panel. And he told the adversaries of Chimaroke, those who are hunting him, Jim Obura and his colleagues, that there is a motion before me. And the law is that I must hear the motion and rule on it one way or the other, whether for or against. And I said, no, Jacob, you have no choice. You must have to set up the panel. You must have to. He said, told them, no, let me hear the motion first. Now the motion was moved. He had the motion and granted it, stopping the House of Assembly. Or even him didn't help the chief judge from setting up any panel to ratify whatever impeachable offense they have against Chimaroke. And it stood. That time, but they even had a problem because there was I think it was one man was the only man remaining then. If you swing to this side, they become majority. If you swing to the other side, they become majority. So it was, I think the House of Assembly was divided equal. So I think it was Dr. F.S. also. He was the only man who had not voted. He was in the House of Assembly there. So at the end of the day, wisdom prevailed on him, and people told him, you cannot, this is a sitting chief executive. Forget people who are outside the government. Align yourself with the chief executive. That's all the wisdom of the day. He aligned himself with the Chimaroke. So you find out that in addition to the order of court, which now restrained the chief judge of Enugu State from setting up the panel, the majority of the members of the House of Assembly now are in Chimaroke's own corner after he had dispersed them from the State House of Assembly. Now, this is where it gets very funny. The chief judge of Rivers State, he is the head of the judiciary. If he disobeys a court order, what signal is he sending to the common man in the street who sees the judiciary still at the last hope of the common man? Now, even within the Rivers State House of Assembly themselves, especially I think the Degema constituency and other constituencies, about 3 or 4 of them came openly to apologize to Nigerians, apologize to people of Rivers State for what has been happening, and they are sorry to have been participating, which means they are now towing Fubara's own line.
Which they have recanted as well.
Fine, it is on their mouths. The one that they did is in public domain. The one they are recanting is also in public domain. Just like Wike will tell you today that he doesn't support Godfatherism. Tomorrow he will be playing Godfatherism. Oh, we are seeing all those things. So the truth of the matter, that's why I love the heading you gave it, River State House of Commotion, because it's really House of Commotion.
But also, looking at the issue here, one may want to ask, what the River State serving the chief judge is a constitutional issue. Yes. And going by the constitution, we are told the chief judge is equally constitutionally bound when notified to set up the panel. So is there no conflict of legal issues here?
Not above a court judgment. See,
above a court judgment?
No. Judges even make law.
Okay.
Remember, the House of our Constitution says that there should be a joint local government account between the local government and the governor. But the Supreme Court now ruled that local government should be given their distinct from the consolidated revenue account straight to the local government, and governor should no more interfere. That is autonomy of the local government, which is not even an arm of government, but a branch of the executive of government. Now, Supreme Court has amended that constitution. By that, they are ruling.
Okay.
So when there is a judgment of court and there is a conflict with a written law, the judgment is the more current one, takes precedence. So if the law says the CJ, in fact, it behoves on the court still to even interpret for you which one takes precedence. Not you sitting in the House of Assembly. We tell me that the law says we must have to serve and the Chief Judge has no discretion. No.
But legally now, what happens? Because what the Constitution says is that the Chief Judge is bound within 7 days. And by virtue of this court order, that 7 days may elapse before a new order comes in. You understand? So what legally happens to this whole issue? Does it mean that this whole process becomes a charade?
Once you have a court order, staying action on anything, you have to obey it.
So what I'm asking, the State Assembly, are they going back again to restart the process, or this process already initiated will at the expiration of this court order, still subsist? Unless the court order, which I have not seen anyway, unless the court order is an interim ex parte order that expires in 14 days. This is an interlocutory one that lasts the lifetime of a motion. Like you bring an interlocutory application, you bring a substantive suit, and you tell the court to grant you interlocutory application, interlocutory injunction, pending the determination of the suit. If it is that one, it is active insofar as that suit has not been determined. Now, if it is ex parte that lasts for 14 days, that ex parte, at the expiration of that ex parte order, it is left for you as a chief judge to now look at whether the order has elapsed by a fraction of time, or whether there is anything in that order that naturally extends it without you or the people who brought it having a further input. So I do believe that, like you already posited, if the Constitution says 7 days and the order of course says 14 days, invariably, once the 7 days elapses, you can't do it retrogressively. Sorry, you can't do it retrogressively. So if you have a retrogression in that very order, you go back to the House of Assembly, enact another fresh demand to the CJ for to set up another panel, because the one you brought elapsed by a fraction of time. Okay. So you can't say the one you revive it. Okay. That's why I say don't make a retrogressive order. The information available is that it was an interim order. Okay. Yes, on the Chief Judge, Justice Simeon Samadi, from acting on the Assembly's impeachment.
Fine.
Yes, but okay. Now the order prohibits the Chief Judge from receiving, forwarding, or constituting a 7-member investigative panel for 7 days or until further hearing on January 23rd, 2026. It also bars Speaker Batina Maule and clerk from sending impeachment documents. But barrister, here is the conflict. The Chief Judge has gone ahead to, acknowledge the receipt of this impeachment notice, yes, and to uphold due process in this instance, amounting to what we call a developing conflict from your explanation.
No, that he received it doesn't mean he must act on it.
Okay.
Receiving is one thing, acting on it is another thing. So, in fact, as lawyers, we pride ourselves when people are serving your process, because any process served on you is another new job given to you. Because I've gotten a new job once you have served any court process. So you don't need to reject a process. So because it is when you get a process that you know what the process contains, whether it has any loophole in the very order that was given to you. So receiving the process, even if it tells the court not receiving, that one is just like telling somebody that police should not prosecute you for whatever crime you are going to commit. And tomorrow you go and kill somebody and say there's a court order barring police from prosecuting you or arresting you. No. So what is there is that the chief judge has to receive whatever document that was served on him. Okay. In any case, you don't even serve it personally on the chief judge. You don't serve it to his secretary, okay, or serve it to the Judicial Service Commission. So these are the kind of people you will serve, because chief judge is an institution. He's not a human being. That office, chief judge of Rivers State, is an institution of his own. So he's not a human being. So if you want to look at it for Mrs. Obi, is the one of pioneer. You can't talk of Mrs. Obi. But because this chief judge could be removed, another person could go up as a chief judge, and the same order will still bind him. So that's why I say it's an institution.
All right. Also, moving forward, legally, what is the way out of this whole commotion, given that the situation of impeachments like this, like the case of Ladoja and Obi, was equally overturned by the courts?
Yes.
You
see, we don't learn from presidents. Ordinarily, Nigerians should have learned from presidents of what happened with Ladoja, what happened with Obi, what happened with even Chimaroke's own. But Chimaroke didn't travel beyond High Court. These other ones moved to Court of Appeal and even Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, even though now I'm not so sure of the Supreme Court as I was sure of Supreme Court when these ones were going on, but nonetheless we still have a Supreme Court. But what I'm saying in effect is that the only way out for any of these parties in this conflict is to sheath their sword. One problem I do believe Wike does not understand is that he doesn't know when to quit in any conflict. And that is what makes people get consumed by certain conflicts. You see, there is a music by Ejaga, gentleman Mike Ejaga, not his go. This one is the provincial tortoise went and stole from his in-law. He was caught and tied with ropes, hand and leg, including his head, and kept by the side of the road. People who are going to Eke market saw the tortoise. So I thought, who did this? Why are they tying you? He said, I stole from my in-law. He said, you stole from your in-law. You're such a horrible person. You don't have respect. You want to stay if you be in your in-law's house. They went to their market. They were coming back in the evening. Lo and behold, the tortoise was still there. I said, tortoise, what happened again? He said, it is still the same theft I did in my in-law's house. I said, this in-law is a wicked person. So, so he's still keeping you here. But the theft he did since morning. In fact, that in-law must die. You now see Blue has shifted base now. In the morning, they blame the tortoise. In the evening, they blame the in-law. So that's what happened in Wike's case now. Initially, when Wike said, even when Fubara went on suspension, a lot of people were, canvassing and chanting Wike's, calling him Jagaban of reverse politics. Now, he continued after the man came on suspension. And now this overlap again. And people now say, what do you want? Look, can't you leave River State alone? Is it your federal property? And meanwhile, your child is trying to contest for House of Reps. Here you can see a lot of things now began to spring up. And now the interregnum of Hope Uzodimma in the whole saga. Because Ayahu was Wike's candidate. And the APC wanted to weaken every opposition party. And Wike was forwarding Ayahu as, I think, it's the National Secretary of PDP also. When Ayahu ordinary, I think he came from Imo State or thereabouts. Not to the best, joyful acceptance of opposition, who is not even a PDP member. He felt Wike cannot come to his own state and then make nominations even without his input. Because many of them, when they go behind closed doors, they discuss their interest, not our interest. That's why nothing is working in this country. So Hope is not happy with Wike over that. So Hope now allied himself with Fubara. And that's why I said the pendulum, the last laugh, is swinging towards Fubara. So the House of Assembly of Imo State, there's no way you can tell me. In fact, anything the Chief Judge does in contravention of that order is a nullity. Even if they succeed in removing Fubara and it goes to court, court will reverse it. Because if court says, Uche, don't enter the studio, and you through the window, you jump into the studio, when there is a pasted court order here, and did a wonderful program on Insight that has gone so viral that virtually the whole world population has viewed it. The management of this television house, Aneke TV, will applaud you. But if anybody says what the man did was illegal, because there was a court order barring him for entering studio at the time he did that program, the court will ban that program from going on air and tell people to strike it down. Because what we did was illegality, ab initio. So the CJ, why there is a pending court order, if he sets up a panel, that panel he has set up is a nullity.
Okay. So as far as the issue of Fubara's impeachment, legally at this point in time, there's an impasse. And beyond that, they can't move forward on this.
No, they can't.
Okay.
They can't.
What's the way forward?
Legally speaking.
Okay, legally speaking. But speaking to the mediation panels that I've seen, speaking to the 9-man mediation panel set up by traditional rulers in River State, do you see them being able to make any inroad in terms of resolving this whole crisis beyond the State Assembly and the two warring factions?
Even the two warring factions and the State Assembly could listen to that panel. That is the only solution.
Also, but where does this leave the APC? The governor is now in APC. Wike is a supporter of the leader of APC and a cabinet member in APC-led government. Where does this leave
That's
APC?
why I told you that with the whole Uzodimma intervention, there is no way Wike will be in tattered PDP and remove a governor of APC origin. Because, well, like I said, Fubara is already now an APC governor. It's no more a PDP governor. And Wike is still in PDP, even though his own faction. But Wike is partyless, as far as I'm concerned. He has no party now.
What we're saying is...
So Wike cannot, legally speaking, jump from PDP, come into APC, remove a sitting governor of APC, and APC people will keep quiet. The only solution, like I said, is this 9-man panel set up by the traditional rulers. That's the only solution, if they will listen to them. Because if they will listen to them, they will bring peace to the state. Because even where you have gotten a judgment of Supreme Court, you can still go to the court and tell the court we want to try out of court settlement. And no court will tell you not to do that. Because that one goes to the heart. But court judgment is mechanical in nature.
But in all, where does this leave President Tinubu? Because Wike is a pro-supporter of his re-election bid, and we've seen the governor who has moved to the APC equally supporting the renewed hope agenda. Give or tell, Mr. President still stands to benefit from both ends.
Yes, you see, when you want to read the mind of Tinubu, you either listen to Bayo Nanoga's tweets or Boala. This one that runs his mouth like...
which is in this instance.
And in this instance, you can see the way they are treating. They are treating towards Fubara and against Wike, because they have tweeted once or twice that Wike should concentrate on his ministerial job in Abuja. Or if he's so much obsessed with what's happening in River State, should resign and go down to River State and either become the governor's albatross or become the governor's mentor. They have tweeted it once or twice, and they have granted press conferences saying that they don't want any crisis. And a stable River State will give Tinubu more legitimate votes. I say legitimate in parentheses. I put it in. Why do I use the word legitimate votes? The one he got before wasn't legitimate. Because even Wike himself has also threatened that if they remove him forcibly, that he will say what happened in River State. Why are they hiding all these things that when they are being touched, they will now threaten to say what happened in River State? And that the only thing is that he will only have to apologize to people. So what about that? We don't need those apologies anymore. The time has gone. We are talking about 2027 and 2026. You are still telling on 2023 when you rig the election, cancelled votes, and mutilated all result sheets, and Aneke still called it with that. So Tinubu wants a stable River State where you get a legitimate vote. Whatever vote you get, it becomes legitimate. Because the election of 2027 will not be like the election of 2023.
Anyways, before I ask any question around the Wike, let's still get into River State, especially the governor. You know, when you cited the case of Chimaroke Namani and Jim Wogodo,
yes,
one may be right to say that the situation then was handled due to the deft political maneuvers of the then governor, Dr. Chimaroke Namani, in Enugu State, which many has argued that Fubara has not either mastered or showed naivety, political naivety in winning or gaining the trust of his state assembly members.
No. You see, Chimaroke Namani also got the trust of the state assembly members. He got just half. Ordinarily, a governor in control should have more than half. You saw what happened during Bobulu's era. So like we had no House of Assembly. Whatever the governor says goes. Just look at what happened in Peter Mbaston now. Do you still even remember how a House of Assembly? Because nothing the man takes to the House of Assembly, even when there's no sitting, will get passed. So you find out that it is governor that maneuvered their own House of Assembly and then pocketed them. During Chimaroke's own, there was still little vibrancy. People like Wabeze Obuden were still kicking against some actions of the governor. And that makes a House of Assembly robust. So, but in the circumstance we have ourselves now in River State, you won't say there is naivety in terms of Fubara's approach to politics. There is none. Fubara is a master stroker.
But being unable to gain not even 10 members of that state assembly, we saw 26 members standing against him.
Remember what
and one person stood up to speak for him.
Remember what I said.
And Barrister, if I may, if you look at what happened during the Christmas festive period, look at the rejected gifts that he sent to them, where they saw that as being disrespectful, which had been an opportunity, perhaps a state dinner or something, who have brought them closer for them to have a conversation, and maybe you won't be witnessing this whole scenario.
Now, you recall that when Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State, he has no single member of House of Assembly in his own party, ABGA. It is either PDP or YPP or any other party, but not ABGA. No single member of ABGA. It was in his second term that some people now decided to defect up. See, what is there is that, as I say, House of Assembly of Rivers State is the conundrum of this crisis. They don't attack Fubara reasonably. They attack him sheepishly and stupidly because you feel that we can bought your form and you owe him loyalty. Those things are neither here nor there. They should, because even if Fubara was to be a member of House of Assembly, he will still align with them because we can support his own form. Remember, so it's not only members of, so they should have seen Fubara's attempts at liberating himself, also an attempt to liberate River State, for which they also belong. Because I doubt whether we can still buy form for them again in 2027. I doubt very much. Because if we can buy form for them in 2027, they now have to buy their own forms. They will have contenders. And there may be no automatic ticket. Because from what is going on, if we oppose them must still parades or, takes charge of Tinubu's campaign, you might not open an automatic ticket for most governors. So, and if it's not open, the House of Assembly will so lose. Because I said it here, that even Amawule, ordinarily, from inside story we are getting, from grapevine, dependable, authoritative, but, uncertified information we are getting. Now, Fubara is also fighting a battle of his life. I mean, Amewula is also fighting a battle of his life. Because some people are now ganging up against him because they feel he is the ROF, because whatever they do in secret, try to, support Fubara in one way or the other, gets leaked to their adversary, the other side, and everyone now have to keep quiet. This is like when Obasanjo wanted a second tenor, a third tenor. Ken Naman was the president of the Senate. They brought Ghana Must Go. Ghana Must Go were flying everywhere in the National Assembly. But Ken was smarter than all of them. He didn't want to tell them not to collect the Ghana Must Go. They had told his member not to collect the Ghana Must Go. They might lynch him alive or remove him as their president. He allowed everybody, collect whatever is given to you. On the day that he will be debated, he brought all you television people, live broadcast. And everybody must speak. It's not the eyes have it. So if you want to vote for Obasanjo's third tenor, raise up your hand, say your name, say your constituency, say where you're coming from. So that people will see you. Live, every TV station, channel, they were all there. I think signature was not there yet. If it were there, the people could also been there. So they were, so everybody, sorry, Aneke TV, sorry. So everybody was sort of, if you raise up your hand, say yes, Uche, from what constituency, as I start, the whole camera is beamed on you, then you will then forcibly sit down. So at the end of the day, that tenor of Obasanjo was killed. That is what ordinarily should be happening in Rivers State. Right. Because if you say you are serving Fubara impeachment notice, let it be carried live.
Though we saw the Major Jack, the House Majority Leader, while he was reading his allegations against the governor.
Yeah.
He was being live. We saw the speaker speaking vehemently against the governor.
Yes.
But be that as he may, also for one.
So two people now. Of how many members?
We saw other members as well.
So every one of them spoke.
We saw Sylvester equally.
Never mind.
Some people will speak on behalf of others, but for want of time also, what I want to ask now at this point is, where does this leave President Tinubu as against 2027. Head or tail, somebody will lose, somebody will gain.
Yes. The continuation of that crisis leaves him at a disadvantage. You should know, you should just understand that.
The continuation of the crisis.
Of the crisis in River State leaves Tinubu at a very dangerous disadvantage, not only in River State, but even in Bayelsa. Because all these Mbamiri people, they have sympathy for each other. And even some part of Igbo land, top land Igbo land here, many of them, like I am, as I am here, if I don't have any good candidate, if maybe my candidate, P2B, not get any ticket for any political party, I will consider voting other people who are contesting. But if this kind of crisis goes on in River State, if I had made up my mind maybe to align with Tinubu because I have no candidate anymore, I will not, because of what is happening in River State. Because the buck stops at his table. If he can suspend the governor, why can't he also tell Wike now that, my friend, learn when to quit?
Okay. Finally, Barrister, Wike wins, Fubara loses. Fubara wins, Wike loses. Which of them do you think favors Mr. President the more?
If Fubara wins, the president is more favored because he's a sitting governor. At least
Wike controls most states.
No. Wike doesn't control.
But he has influence in most
states. He has influence, but he doesn't have more influence than very many other people in River State. No, see, there's a difference between when you coerce influence and when you earn it.
All right.
Peter Odele is respected in River State. Rotimi Amechi is very respected in River State. Even people like Asari Dokubo are very respected more than Wike. But Wike is coercing his own respect, his own influence. He's buying them. And remember, money is like charm. When it expires, it expires. So that money, once they finish eating the money, they will look for more. And if the money is no more flowing in the way it is flowing in before when he was governor, and if he wants it to flow in now that same way as a minister, he will have a shower and the EFCC to contend with.
All right.
Shower will be on his neck.
All right. All right. So that is it for today on The Insight. And we've been looking at the River State House of Commotion, the way forward, and also Barrister Nadume Ofokansi has been helping us to analyze and give depth legal opinions on the issue. Also, Nadume Ofokansi is a legal luminary, a human rights activist, one who prides himself equally as a farmer. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me this morning. This is my pleasure. Really.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that your views matters. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, or X. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
Aneke television. Heu agiribonu dị egwu nkwa azụrụ n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ịmara ebe oge anọ etiwo mmanwụ ntakịtụkwa mmanwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site. Ọ dị na
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze and Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one. Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling...
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakoba. Thank you for joining us. Now moving over to the headlines. Nigeria poised to take leading role in global economy. Mozambique battles worst flood emergency in its history. And on business news, United Nations warns aid cuts are worsening hunger crisis in Nigeria. And in entertainment, Funke Akindele breaks box office records in North America. And now to the news in details. Nigeria is positioning itself to take a leading role in the global economy, Vice President Kashim Shettima has said. He spoke in Davos, Switzerland at the opening of the Nigeria House, a pavilion at the 2026 World Economic Forum, where he is leading the Nigeria delegation. The Vice President said Nigeria's future depends on deliberate and structured engagement with the global economy, noting that although Nigeria House was conceived as a whole-of-government platform, its success would be driven largely by private enterprise. According to him, governments can open doors and reduce risk, but only enterprise can translate policy into productivity. In a statement by his spokesman, Mr. Stanley Quarter Shatima said the inauguration coincides with earlier gains from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reforms as service, agriculture, finance and technology continue to expand, with non-oil revenues accounting for a larger share of government earnings. The federal government has announced the opening of applications for the 2026 Petroleum Technology Development Fund Overseas Scholarship Scheme for postgraduate studies. The program targets Nigerian students seeking MSc and PhD degrees in oil and gas-related discipline in the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Malaysia. A statement confirmed that the scholarship is fully funded, covering tuition fees, return air tickets, accommodation, health insurance, and other approved allowances. The initiative is designed to remove financial barriers and give Nigerian scholars access to world-class facilities and advanced research environments. The government said the program is strategic investments aimed at building indigenous capacity and strengthening Nigeria's energy sector. Interested applicants have been advised to visit the PTDF official portal for detailed guidelines and application procedures. The Independent National Electoral Commission will begin the distribution of permanent voter cards in the Federal Capital Territory from Thursday ahead of the February 21st Area Council elections. The exercise will run until Sunday across designated centers in the 6 area councils. Aneke said the distribution targets newly registered voters, those who transferred their registration, and residents who updated their biometric details during the continuous voter registration exercise. Out of 1,680,315 registered voters in the FCT, over 93,000 remain uncollected. The Commission disclosed that 17 political parties will contest 68 positions, comprising 6 chairmanship and 62 councillorship seats. Aneke added that preparations, including deployment of beavers and coordination with security agencies, are ongoing, stressing that only voters with PVCs will be allowed to vote. The All Progressive Congress has ruled out automatic tickets for governors and other high-profile politicians who recently defected to the party. The party said all members, regardless of status, must emerge through its internal democratic processes. The APC National Working Committee said defectors, including governors from Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Taraba, and Enugu states, will be required to compete like other party members. The party's director of publicity, Bala Ibrahim, said the APC would not compromise its democratic principles. Meanwhile, opposition parties, including the PDP and NNPP, have criticized the defections, describing them as risky political decisions. As the 2027 election cycle approaches, the defecting governors are expected to test their popularity within the APC grassroots. The Independent National Electoral Commission has released the final list of candidates for the June 20th Ekiti State governorship election. The list features candidates from 12 political parties. However, the People Democratic Party and the Social Democratic Party were excluded, as their candidates' names did not appear on the final list displayed at the INEC office in Edo Ekiti. The PDP candidate Dr. Wale Oluyede and the SDP candidate David Bankole were affected. Both parties have rejected their exclusion and vowed to challenge the decision in court. INEC said the publication followed the expiration of the deadline for substitutions and corrections, adding that incumbent Governor Biodun Oyebanji of the APC is among the cleared candidates. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has been rearrested by operatives of the Department of State Services shortly after meeting his bail conditions at the Kuje Correctional Center in Abuja. Video footage showed him being taken away moments after his release. The Economic and Financial Crime Commission confirmed that it was not responsible for the arrest. Malami, alongside his wife and son, is facing a 16-count charge of alleged money laundering involving 8.7 billion naira linked to corporate entities and property transactions in Abuja. Malami had been granted bail in the sum of 500 million naira with strict conditions, including the surrender of his international passport. The DSS has yet to issue an official statement on the reason for the immediate rearrest. Niger State Commissioner of Information and Orientation Obed Nana has unveiled plans to strengthen information dissemination across the state. Speaking during a visit to the Nigeria Union of Journalists in Mina, Nana described his appointment as a homecoming. The commissioner announced plans to equip information officers in all 25 local government areas with modern communication gadgets to enhance real-time reporting. He also revealed plans to revive state-owned media organizations, including Niger State Television and Newsline newspapers. Nana further announced that the ministry would organize a national media summit to improve professional standards among journalists. The NUJ pledged cooperation with the government to promote transparency and effective communication in the state. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command, in collaboration with the Neighborhood Watch, have foiled a kidnapping attempt along the Adanian Suka Road at Ngenoku. One suspect was neutralized during a gun duel with the operatives. Police recovered an AK-47 rifle loaded with 2 rounds of live ammunition, while other members of the gang escaped with gunshot injuries. A statement by the police public relations officer Daniel Undukwe said the suspect emerged from a nearby bush to attack occupants of a passing vehicle. The Commissioner of Police, Beatrice Giwa, commended the professionalism of the joint team and reassured residents of the command's commitment to security. The police urged members of the public and health workers to report anyone with gunshot wounds or suspicious injuries. The Kaduna State Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Rabiu, has dismissed reports alleging the kidnap of over 100 worshippers in Kajuru local government area as false. The reports claim that worshippers were abducted during a church service in Kominwali village. Speaking after a State Security Council meeting, the Commissioner challenged those spreading the claims to produce names and details of the alleged victims. He warned that individuals spreading false information would face the full weight of the law. Also speaking, the chairman of Kajuru local government, Dauda Madaki, said security forces were deployed to the area immediately the rumor surfaced, but no incident was found. Religious leaders also confirmed that no attack occurred, urging residents to remain calm. News around the country is coming to you live on Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our social media platforms: Facebook, X, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigeria is set to assume prominent position in the global economy. And coming up shortly, Mozambique battling historic flood emergency. And on business news, the United Nations says cutting humanitarian aid are deepening Nigeria's hunger crisis. And entertainment, actress Funke Akindele records major box office success in North America. We'll be right back.
Aneke television. How agiribonu dị egwu nkwa azụrụ n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. How mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna.
Welcome back. A serious security crisis has erupted in eastern Syria following a mass jailbreak at the Shaddadi detention facility. The Syrian Interior Ministry confirms that about 120 ISIS detainees escaped, while Kurdish sources claim the number could be as high as 1,500. The Syrian military has launched an intensive manhunt, reporting that 81 escapees have already been recaptured. Authorities accuse the withdrawing Syrian Democratic Forces of deliberately releasing the detainees, a claim the SDF denies. Security analysts warn that the incident could destabilize the region if fugitives regroup. Search operations continue as concerns grow over the conflicting figures surrounding the scale of the escape. The British government is considering a sweeping ban on social media for children as part of efforts to address rising mental health concerns. Technology Secretary Liz Kendall confirmed that the UK may follow Australia's on the 16th restriction model. Officials are also exploring bans on addictive features such as infinite scrolling and AI-generated explicit content. A delegation has been sent to Australia to study enforcement mechanisms. The move signals tougher regulation for tech companies, with ministers insisting that protecting children online has become a national priority. The regulation by technology. The government says the era of self-regulation by technology firms is coming to an end. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has issued a strong warning after civilian-operated drones were found to have entered North Korea airspace. He described the breach as a dangerous provocation that could trigger serious military consequences. North Korea released images of alleged drone debris and surveillance photos, prompting South Korean authorities to question a civilian suspect. The president warned that those responsible would face severe punishment. The incident has heightened tensions between both Koreas, with Pyongyang threatening retaliation. Seoul has ordered an urgent overhaul of its drone detection and monitoring systems. And now in business news, the United Nations has warned that severe funding cuts are pushing Nigeria deeper into hunger emergency. The World Food Programme says food aid recipients have dropped from 1.3 million to just 72,000 people. Borno State remains the worst hit, with 15,000 people facing catastrophic hunger, while child malnutrition across northern Nigeria has reached critical levels. Aid agencies warn the crisis could fuel insecurity. The UN is appealing for $453 million in emergency funding, warning that climate shocks, inflation and violence could worsen conditions without urgent intervention. The Anambra State government has arrested 6 illegal revenue collectors in Obaru local government area. The suspects were apprehended during an operation by the Special Anti-Touting Squad. Authorities say the individuals posed as government agents, extorting money from transport operators and traders. All legitimate levies are now to be collected through official POS systems. The state government has vowed to sustain its crackdown, urging residents to report illegal collections as part of efforts to improve the business environment. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has signed the 4.4 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill into law. The budget focuses on infrastructure, social development, and economic growth. The governor described the fiscal plan as a roadmap for shared prosperity, aligned with the Teams Plus agenda. He praised the State's Assembly for its diligence. Implementation is expected to accelerate major projects aimed at improving living standards and strengthening governance across the state. Striking workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration under the Joint Union Action Congress, JUAC FCTA, have dismissed claims by the administration that 10 out of their 14 demands have been met. The union described the claim as false, insisting that no agreement has been reached with management and that it has neither suspended nor relaxed the ongoing industrial action, as none of its core demands have been fully implemented or verified. In a disclaimer dated January 19, 2026, and signed by the Secretary of JUAC FCTA, Comrade Abdullahi Umar Salah, The union rejected attempts to link comments allegedly made by the Association of Resident Doctors to the strike, stressing that such views do not represent the collective position of workers on the track. The union maintained that critical issues including unpaid promotion arrears, non-remittance of pension and NHF deductions, illegal tenure, elongation of flawed promotion process, staff intimidation, lack of training and restrictions on the salary portal remain unresolved. Cement prices have seen sharply across Nigeria. Cement prices have risen sharply across Nigeria, with a 50 kg bag now selling for up to 10,500 naira, up from 9,800 naira in December. The increase has been recorded in Abuja and other states. The hike persists despite earlier assurance from manufacturers that prices would not exceed 7,000 naira per bag. Analysts warn this could further inflate construction and housing costs. And now in sports, Nigeria's Super Eagles have climbed 12th place in the latest FIFA World Rankings, moving to 26th globally. The rise follows the team's third place finish at the 2025 AFCON. The ranking places Nigeria's Africa's third best team, behind Senegal and Morocco. Football analysts say the improvement reflects consistency and resilience. The achievement boosts confidence ahead of upcoming international qualifiers as Nigeria seeks to reclaim continental dominance. The federal government has approved over 24 billion naira for the rehabilitation of the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja. The funding is part of a 300% increase in the sports budget. The project aims to restore the main pitch and construct a high-performance training center. And in the world of entertainment, Nollywood star Funke Akindele has broken new box office records with her film Behind the Scenes. The movie became the highest grossing Nollywood released in Canada. The film has earned over 2.1 billion naira globally, pushing Akindele's career box office total beyond 2.2 billion naira. She thanks fans worldwide for their support. Still on entertainment, Nollywood actress Sarah Martins is recovering after collapsing from extreme exhaustion. She revealed she underwent extensive medical tests following the incident. Doctors attributed her condition to burnout after months of non-stop work. She has now been placed on mandatory bed rest. And finally, before we go on news across the country, here's a recap of our top stories. Nigeria has reaffirmed its readiness to take a leading position in the global economy as government outlines strategies for sustainable growth and international competitiveness. And in business, United Nations has warned that cuts in humanitarian assistance are worsening Nigeria's hunger crisis, calling for urgent intervention to protect vulnerable populations. And in entertainment, Nollywood actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has shattered box office records in North America, marking a major milestone for the Nigerian film industry. And that's news across the country on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
Ndi Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops in one spirit with Ohaneze Ndibo have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured and endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one. Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road, and 18-kilometer dual carriageway, was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of the Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boosts its uniqueness. Igbo is widely spoken in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the coastal state because of its large deposit of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Ude Hill in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, arts, and tradition. Location and geography. Enugu is situated in the southern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue State at the north, Ebonyi State at the east, Abia State and Imo State at the south, and Anambra and Kogi State at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 mm and temperature averaging 28 degrees centigrade. People and language. The people of...
Hello! Welcome to this edition of entertainment here on Aneke TV. It is your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment, Meta Mechanic, and everything. See, everything I am today, you will see it, and everything I am not, you will not see it. I want to tell you that today is the Tuesday that the day is bringing, and the day has brought to us, and we all have to, keep up with what we are doing that is going well. I don't know what you're doing out there. I don't know how you're finding the day easy, and I don't know what is really happening with you, but I trust that you are having a good day. In case you're not having a good day, well, as the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I will bring you to my constituency where I will be sharing some good things. All you need to do is to I will tell you what you need to do, but in case you don't have my contact or whatever, you just need to go to the next restaurant or the next place where they are having a good time, fun and vibes. Tell them it's the Commissioner of Enjoyment, so that you can continue with the fun. In case I drug it, what is the fund? Please tell them that the Commissioner of Enjoyment will pay. Well, I am excited about the day because we have a lot of gist that are full and things where they suffer relationship, things where they fool my eyes, and things where I never see before, and things where I don't see before, where I want make we talk about. Well, I want to tell you also that we have a new whip in the crib. When I talk about the new whip in the crib, when they talk about whips, some whips, why some whips? Of course, but I'm talking about a personality, a human being, the one that I want to introduce her, but let me tell you something. This lady is amazing. She is Jennifer, and you know how and what we relate to names that are called Jennifer. We have Jennifer Lopez, we have Jennifer Dopez, we have Jennifer Mopez. Anything that is Jennifer. But this Jennifer is not just a Jennifer, she's a stormy Jennifer. We want to introduce to you the new whip in the crib, and her name is Jennifer. Yeah. Well, we have a week we clap. But because we are live here, we may not clap, but we nod. Jennifer, how are you doing, Jennifer? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon.
A nice girl. Hi, good afternoon. I heard your name is Storm, and since you told me your name is Storm, I've been like, what really led you to, being that Storm personality? What is it about your name, Storm?
I was looking for something that matches my energy. I was sitting down one day and I was like, what will I answer? What will it really be?
Okay.
So I thought I didn't say anything. So my cousin brother's name is Wave.
Clock it, man! Wave and Storm, they are in the building, but only Storm came because we don't want this place to go down. Well, Storm, just tell me about it. I'm excited, of course. That's why I'm being this way. Yeah.
So from Wave, I was like, I want to look for something close to his name, and then I said Rain.
Oh,
Rain was not looking.
You cannot rain because you cannot rain.
It was not looking good. So
okay.
I said Thunder. It was too sharp.
You will go to strike. He go to strike within no good. Imagine a footballer named Thunder. He'll be striking. He'll be a striker. Well, leave it. We do it as wisdom. But move on. Yeah.
So Storm just came to my head, and I was like, Storm.
Storm is over, storm is over. So the day you will grow old, this is the song they'll be singing to you. Storm is over, storm is over. You'll be hearing throughout today. Yeah, because we are excited to have you, and we are excited to have Storm. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to have Storm in the building, and Storm is going to ring. Yeah. Storm is going to bring Evelyn in the place with the tempest with the things we're going to talk about and how we're going to meddle and peddle and geddle on issues that are surrounding entertainment and general well-being. Well, today I'm going to be the mental mechanic. You know, sometimes in switch from A, switch to B, like motorway gear, but gear automatic. And I'm going to tell you today that if you hang around, we're going to bring you the best of the gist and how it is happening. But I want to start with the best of the best. How our own Funke Akindele, how she has crossed the record of winning the best, being the best in her own movie. Behind the scenes, she has crossed even the box office and she entered Nollywood. And right now, as we're talking about this, she is having the highest grossing release of all time, 2 billion naira, 2 point something billion naira. Man, Funke Akindele brought some vibes to this movie. I don't know if have you seen this movie, Storm?
I've seen it, but I've not watched it.
You see, Storm have seen the movie, but Storm has not watched the movie because Storm is stunning and she has not watched the movie. Well, I can tell you for a fact that we're going to see what the movie is all about. But me, I want to watch the movie because not because I of course I'm not a movie person, but I have to be a movie person at some point. Just that I needed to follow what is happening in the movie scenario, and Funke Akindele bagging such progress. I can tell you that we the entertainment guys, we're excited, so excited and absolutely excited for our very own Funke Akindele. Now I want to drive you further to where we're going to have some interactions today. We're talking about a little gist and a little mist. You know what mist is? That cologne that you used to put and mix with something, that's mist. Please leave my definitions. Well, I'm talking about something. Tiwa Savage came out to say that in an interview that she had, I told you yesterday that she said something that she is leaving, she feels safe because the president's house is in front of her house. Well, that is not just what I'm talking about, but she said in the same interview that she has not had a successful relationship. What do you think about that, Storm? She said she has not had a successful relationship. Do you think celebrities find it easy to fall in love because of their fame, their money? What do you think about that? Do you think celebrities are really, they are lucky with love? Do you think that thing happens many times?
I think they find it easy to fall in love, but I haven't seen any celebrity that have stayed long in a relationship.
All right.
Yeah, they find it because they have money.
They have money, right? And do you think that I can mention 4 to 5 celebrities who have actually found love and have stayed just for some time. This same Tiwa Savage we're talking about got married in 2013 and was divorced in 2018. She got divorced in 2018. Well, TUBs, that's why where she had this son, Jamie. This is young boy, Jamie now. Now, do you think because of their fame and other things that they are not so lucky that if they were someone like Storm, where Storm is going to be a celebrity, that if they were someone like Storm, that they are going to find love easy? Storm, let me leave that question. Storm, do you think your celebrity self will find love? This isn't goodbye. I've just put her in a place that she did not know she would. Now I'm bringing real life questions. Do you think you yourself as a celebrity will find love? Do you think you'll find love as a celebrity? I'm asking you, do you think you'll find love as a celebrity? Storm, do you think you'll find love as a celebrity?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how will the love be?
I can get anybody that I want.
You see? Is that love? But what if someone loves you?
And I don't love the person.
Yeah.
I won't go with the person.
You not go with the person.
Exactly.
But what is loving you like, Storm? Tell us. Your mama they watch. In your mama they watch. Make you talk with it. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Tell us. Just tell us, because it's important.
Like how it feels.
Yes, how it feels to be loved. What you say someone has done this to you and it's a love language to you.
As a celebrity that I am.
No. As yourself now. What do you think someone would do to you? You say, I think this person really loves me. I need to be getting to your head. What do you think someone would do to you?
Treating me special.
Okay, like what is treating you special like?
Like a princess.
Like a princess. Lucky to Chineke. Well, I'm telling you that when you talk about being special to someone, what does it mean? Like, you know that is money the special thing to you?
It shouldn't be the top.
Right?
It should just be part of it.
It should be part of it.
Yes.
But so that means caring for you, calling you,
checking up on
me. How many times a day?
Every single time.
Hey! Ask on every single time. No wonder she's storm, because if you don't have her energy, you will die with your synergy. Well, moving on from that, I'm telling you that I have Storm here, and she has been giving us boss, and we are moving on, and we are moving on, and we are moving on. Remember, I'm your commissioner of enjoyment and same time mental mechanic. I want to bring this down to where I will become your mental mechanic. Switching. Storm. What do you think about young people now going into relationship? What age is right for someone to go into a relationship?
It depends on background,
right?
And perspective.
So
in some places 15 is okay.
15
relationship.
15 years. 15 years.
Like in the Western world, 15 years is okay to be in a relationship.
Okay.
But in Nigeria, I think it's a taboo.
15 years, of course.
To be in a relationship.
What do you know? You know why? Have you asked yourself why 15 years is good to be in a relationship? First of all, are you talking about the gender, about the guys or the girls? What is relationship about the guys at 15? And what is relationship about the girls at 15? No, see what I mean. See, look at what I mean. Will you tell your 15-year-old self that you are ready to date? So why do you think it is necessary for someone to go into a relationship at 15?
No, I don't think it's.
You don't think it's necessary for Nigeria, right? With all this issue, all this economic issue, because if I catch you, I will begin to, because now I'm holding my brain, I'm trying to understand what I was when I was 15. Well, I think, Storm, looking at the society, and what age is right? Like, looking at many times people will say I need to make money before I get into a relationship, and many did you notice that people that are marrying or finding love now, people that are 30 plus? Yes. So does it not give you an alarm? Does it not ring an alarm to you that this is something, that there's a problem in the society? People are waiting to make money, to get it all right, all figured out, and they are missing out. So what do you think about that? What age can you say a young man is good? Okay, let me ask you, what age do you think you want to marry and your husband will be at the other age?
I'm thinking of getting.
You get back to me, Abby. Will you get back to me?
No.
Okay, because these are the things, these are the real life things you talk about. For instance, a girl cannot be in a relationship, and it's just a relationship. There's no vision. You guys are not going anywhere. Exactly. So what age do you think? Because I know you've never thought about this. So what have you been thinking about in this? So tell me, what age do you want your husband to be? And what age do you think you should be before you get married?
Okay, if I am 26.
Okay, you get married.
Yes, I can, like 26.
What do you want to achieve by 26? Celebrity. What?
I want to be big.
Big.
I want to make it big.
Well. You know that DJ Big N that says when you are big, I beg. Well, let's move on. So we want to be big in life.
I want to make money. Like, I'm not thinking of getting married to somebody that has money yet.
Okay.
Like, I want to make my own money, like the
independent. Well, I want to tell you guys, I switched to mental mechanic right now, not the commission of enjoyment, but I want to tell you that we really have a lot of issues in the society. I'm talking about some women don't want to get married as their previous choice of marriage would be when they make money. I hope you know that many married women, that someone said, not me said, that many married women, if you give them 100 million naira now, if they are 10 in their marriage, or if they are 10, that 9 of them will leave the marriage right now because they don't want to do again, and they are just there because of the support they are getting. Of course, that is what they said. I didn't say it, and that's what I read, and I did not read it, I saw it. Well, I'm telling you right now that Storm said that when she's 26 she would like to get married, and that is because she wants to be big. And Storm, it will take you many years to be big. It's fine. It's fine. It's all right. Now, moving on from that, I want to talk about a little bit on relationship. What do you think a guy should be doing and he is ready to get married? What level do you think in life a guy should get? You say, oh, this guy is ready for marriage.
Depends on
his IQ, right?
Yes.
So what now, you know, when I ask questions, I am very, very meticulous because these are the things people out there need to see, need to learn. You are the second girl that is telling me that guys need to have sense. And I don't mean I don't mean I've had conversations with millions of them. You know, it's just people around. Okay, so first of all, what goes for you, money or sense?
Both.
But which one? Which one? No, which one? Like, what if a guy is kind of not so rich? He's just earning a living and he can feed another person and he pays his rent comfortably and he has sense. Yes, he has sense and he's building. You can see that he has a future in everything he's featuring in his future. Clock it for me, but he's featuring in his future. Now, what do you think about that person? If that person tells you, what's up, Storm, I want us to rave, yeah, what do you think about that?
Having money is not everything.
Right.
You cannot have money and you not have sense and you want to marry somebody.
Yes, because it is not everything. And you know, you are talking to the people. So if it's not everything, I can tell you that there are people out there who have money but they don't have sense. Right now, switching back to mental mechanic, I want to tell you that we are having issues in the society, and one of the issues we are having is that there are people that has money but they don't have the sense, like Storm said. Now I want to tell you something about that. When you have money, money does not obey any rule than the rule of multiplication. A good person can have money, a bad person can have money, a big person and a small person can have money. Once you are following the rules, you are going to be rich. And when you are rich, you are going to be rich until you apply the rules of money. You're going to multiply and do whatever you can do and then get wealthy. Well, Storm, there's been this argument around Jarvis, Pela, and the rest of them, what is really going on with them. And I know that Jarvis and Pela, they are not together again, right? So I saw in the news, what if a guy like Pela comes to you and say, hi, I want to be with you? What do you think about that? Is it what?
That's the same thing we're talking about. See, having money without sense.
Without sense?
Yes.
Okay, so
because that's why she left him.
No. Do you think that's why she left him?
He has money.
No. Do you think Pela does not have sense?
I did say he does not have sense. Like this kind of mentality and your maturity level.
Okay.
That you have to have before you.
Okay.
In a relationship.
Of course. Now I want to ask you: do you think it's because of lack of sense that you made Pela one came mad to leave Jarvis? Do you think it's lack of sense? No. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Do you think Jarvis is more sensible than Pela? Who told you? No. Let's talk about it. How do you see it? What do you see in Jarvis that makes her more sensible?
She acts more mature.
Like
there's this attitude that Pela gives online. Like,
okay, let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you people something. Now, let me tell you people something. What I want to tell you people is that from what you're saying, Jarvis is acting more matured, right? Right?
Yeah. Yes.
She's acting more matured. Good. And Pela is acting like a kid, right? What do you think is happening there? Both of them, if they act mature, do you know that relationship will scatter?
Sure.
Now, I want to ask you, do you think you need someone who's matured, who's not playful? Are you playful? No. Yes. You are not?
I am.
You are not?
I am
you are not?
I am.
We'll play. Play. I press you, play. Play now. Here we nod our head. If it's going well, we know that. So now, talking about it, Pela, from what I'm seeing, is a young guy. He's in his early 20s, I can tell you. And he's trying to build. He is successful in what he's doing and what he does. He has been recognized globally. Of course, maybe not globally, but around Nigeria, he's a recognized guy. And he has collaborated with industry. You understand? Now, what I'm saying is, if someone like Pela comes and says, okay, I have the money, do you have it? Let's do something together. What do you think about it?
My own opinion.
Yeah, no. For you, if Bella come for you, how far? Yeah. Are you serious? With all the money? Now let me break the news as the mental mechanic. Please don't mind me. This is who I am, and I hope you're finding it exciting. Let me tell you, Bella wants to take Jarvis to Tanzania for a photo shoot, even though both of them have. Guys, let's catch her. She's just been is that all?
No,
are you serious? You didn't do all?
No.
Are you serious? But is that irritating?
Yes, it is. And the amount that he was talking about it.
10 million is small.
It's outrageous.
It's outrageous. To take Jarvis, he came out to say he still loves Jarvis. That if now Jarvis should be maybe the 100th love, his 100th love, or 99 love, something like that. But he came out to say he loves Jarvis. And I think one of the things you said I will take from here is that Jarvis acts more matured. Jarvis acts more, coordinated, and Pella acts more because Pella. I don't know if you know that streamers don't act normal in Nigeria, especially yes. Pella is a streamer. He needs to be in the mood all the time to give the fun and the vibes. Well, as the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I'm in the mood all the time to bring you all the news and all the things that are happening, all the things that has been happening, all the things that you're expecting to happen. That is what I do, and I am in the mood. I'm in the mood to bring you the fun and vibes, and that is what I do not for a living, of course, but for a living. Now we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, I'm going to tell you more, and we're going to have more interactions and bring the best to you. Stay there, don't touch that dial.
Aneke television. How agribo ndi egwu nkwazo na ya mgboju okwukwu kakwa ogugwu ma. How mbo wa bia ni ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa ni ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti. Ọ dị na Naịjirịa.
All right, welcome back from that break, and we are still talking about relationship and things we're expecting. We had to, talk about your Savage, how she's saying that she has not had a good love. She has been having other things, but not love. Of course, she has been in few relationships. Even her marriage, the marriage she had to break up from the marriage where she had the son, this young man called Jamil, that she says she has been training, putting him through, of course, through certain things to make him a good man and to bring the best out of the young guy. He said that he loves his mom, and he is trying to make sure that the mom sees the best and becomes the best so far from his own end. And she said that she loves her son, she wants her son to be kind to women. Now that brings me to the question, well, first of all, remember, I am doing this not alone today. I'm doing this with the Storm is over. I'm doing this with Jennifer Storm, and it is a pleasure having her here as we are deliberating on this matter. And we're not going to shift from relationship, because I know that's what you guys want to listen, want to have, and want to hear. Now, I want to have a question. Let me ask you guys watching us out there, how's your year going? How's 2026 treating you? Are you the one treating 2026? Or is 2026 treating you? How is it treating you? Is it treating you well, or is it not treating you unwell? Well, I want you that reply on our social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, And on YouTube also, all at Aneke TV. Just join us there and follow us and watch what we are doing, because we are here to bring the best of entertainment, the best of the things that we are having. Well, I'm going back to Jennifer Storm. She's going to rave this place. And I go back with the question that is not just entertainment, but also about her personality. Jennifer, nice to have you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to understand you, because why I'm saying I'm trying to understand you is because you are very, very different from Bala Blue. I know you guys don't know what Bala Blue is, but leave it for the man who said that we are on that same place like the Abado master. But let's move on from that. I wanted to ask you something. Who are you, an outgoing person? Because I want to link this up with a story. Are you an outgoing person?
Yeah, I am.
So where have you been in 2026? Have you, had a good share of 2026 happening, coming around? What has 2026 taught you so far? We just started 2026, and 2026 don't they teach you for lesson. Do you get?
Yeah.
But let me ask you, what lessons do you learn in 2025 that you say you are saying, you see this 2026, I'm not going to do this? What are the things, like, generic things that you learned in 2025 that you are not going to bring into 2026? And what are the things you learned in 2026 that you have carried on? People say aura for aura, egusi for egusi, oha for oha, you know that? And people say a lot of other things. People mean a lot of other things, which they don't really mean. Now, are you the aura for aura guy? Are you the aura babe? Or are you the egusi for egusi? But are you the, if you do me well, I do you well? Or are you, these things I'm asking you every question in one, so that you can have an idea of what I'm talking about. Or are you someone who, when someone do you something, you want to do back? What kind of person are you?
I'm an outgoing person.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't talk to me, I'll not talk to you.
It's all over your face. I can see it all over your face. So if you don't go out, if you don't talk to somebody, nobody talk to you.
Like, when I want to talk to somebody, I just look at how they are.
Okay,
And then
you scale.
Okay,
so when you see a young man now, what's the first thing that tells you this guy gather? Like, what is the first thing that attracts you to in that guy? Dressing. Okay, so what do you look at in the dressing? The shirt, the trousers, or the shoes? The shirt
and the trousers.
Okay, that means you have an idea of fashion.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means you have an idea of fashion. So now, what if that shirt was bought from OK? Let's put it that way.
I don't mind, as far as you're looking good.
You're looking good. So the face does not matter.
It matters.
I like that mischievous laughter, because the face. Because I was thinking, is it the beard guys or the smooth guys?
Beard guys.
It's the beard guys. Well, why I'm asking you this question is because we are seeing in Nigeria that many things are happening, especially in relationship. Somebody can, you ladies, what do you think about these girls that said, if you don't have money, don't come near me? Is it right? I give you 1 minute to think about it. One, bam.
It is not right.
It is not right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, when someone has a potential, why is it not right? Sorry.
I didn't say you don't have to have money.
Okay.
But the way they put it as money being the only thing that you're supposed to look at in a relationship is not right. Okay,
so it's not right. Then you've talked about sense. What if that person has sense just in a thing and they don't have sense in other things? No. Sense has a compatibility and how it comes. Do you get? Sense has a compatibility and how it comes. For instance, I can be financially intelligent. I can have some intelligence with my finances, how to manage money, but I don't have moral intelligence. You know what moral? Okay.
I do.
You do. Now you are saying you do. I didn't ask you, will you be? You are now saying you do. Well, me, I don't do. Well, I'm telling you that today is one of the days we've been looking up to in the world of entertainment. And I want to tell you that there are news surrounding, yesterday I told you that Burna Boy traveled to Morocco, and on that place of Morocco, he was just at the airport. He was just stopped to search and to check the things that he has, and it was discovered that he had, guess what, bunch of jewelries that worth billions of naira. Man is going everywhere with gling 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 gling, with bling 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 bling. Well, I can tell you that this is what we call an African giant. This is who we call an African giant, and he has come out to say that nothing can stop him. Same yesterday, we saw in the news that he was with a very dark man, where he was telling very dark man that he what's up with his $100,000. What is happening with my $100,000? I gave you to give guys and to do things and also to do a lot of good things. Well, very dark man said let him relax, that he's going to find a way around those things. And I'm still in the news. I told you yesterday that P Square and Seun Kuti has reconciled from their age-long issues that they are having. And I'm telling you also that here in Enugu we are having the weather very gloomy. Sometimes I feel like it wants to rain, but then well, as a commission of enjoyment in my constituency, I have a lot of umbrellas to share. So in case rain beat you, don't worry, I will give you an umbrella. When I talk about umbrella, if you go on a WhatsApp platform and type umbrella, you will see an umbrella that will appear. That's the umbrella I want to give you, because you are part of my community, and I'm telling you that you are amazing. Now, I want to talk about, we're still talking about celebrity lifestyle and how it is. So I want to ask you, Storm, do you think that people should look up to celebrities? How many celebrities are you looking up to? Who are you looking up to as celebrity that you want to be like? Tell me.
I don't really have a celebrity. I just look up to my mom.
Your mom, you just look up to your mom. But do you think, do you know Davido?
Yes, I don't look up to him.
You don't look up to Davido? Okay, which female celebrity are you rooting for in 2026? Jennifer
Funke Akindele.
Oh, Jennifer Funke Akindele. But I'm talking about musician celebrities. Damn, many of them. We have King Madi. We have Era Star, the catapult woman. We have Thames and Conditions. We have Tiwa Savage, the one and only Savage, and we have Faith, the one and only favorite of Kante. Then we have a lot of them. We have the Johnny African crooner. I'm talking about Yemi Alade. We have a lot of them. But I'm asking you, so none of them used to be your role model years ago or something?
No.
Okay, none of them.
I don't look up to musicians.
You don't. So okay, which celebrity apart from your mom are you looking up to? And Jennifer Akindele, Funke Akindele.
They are still in the music industry.
I mean, generally, yes. None. Ah! Oh, Storm. Well, I can tell you that she's not looking up to anybody but me. I'm looking up to nobody but to Storm, because Storm says she's not looking up to anybody. So me, I'm looking up to Storm, because what we do here is premium entertainment. Well, this year I promise you that it's going to be a mad entertainment in Nigeria. You know, last week, last 2 weeks, last 3 weeks, last 4 weeks, there has been shows all over Nigeria, and I can tell you, and I'm predicting now, I switch over to an Oracle, Entertainment Oracle. That's my latest. Can you give me a round of applause? Entertainment Oracle, because I want to tell you that in 2026, there will be a lot of concerts in Enugu. Enugu is going to be the hub of entertainment all over the nation, and Enugu is going to be recognized globally as where you have to go to have some good hospitality and enjoyment. Well, my name is the Commission of Enjoyment, and I do this for a living, because this is not what I do, and I do this for a living. And I was here. I say I was here because I'm trying to tell you that I used to be here. I was here with one and only Storm. I was here. So as we are leaving, as when you watch the show, you know that I was here. That's why I said I was here. So I'm here with this one and only Storm. So Storm, thank you very much for being here, and I really appreciate your comments. And I'm gonna take something home. The Sense Man. Yes. The Sense Man. So yes. From today, we are baptizing Storm here in the public as Storm the Sensima. Let's leave it at that. We'll see you same time, same station tomorrow, and have a wonderful day. I am your one and only See you. Bye.
Aneke television. Heu agirbo mu bi egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume. Heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti. Ọ dị na Naịjirịa.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured and endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one. Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of the Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boosts its uniqueness. Igbo is widely spoken in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coast State because of its large deposit of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Ude Hill in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, arts, and tradition, location, and geography. Enugu is situated in the southern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue State at the north, Ebonyi State at the east, Abia State and Imo State at the south, and Anambra and Kogi State at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers, and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 mm and temperature averaging 28 degrees centigrade. People and language. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in the shaping and culture and identity of the Igbo people. Culture and tradition. Enugu is rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmanwu, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades, each with its unique characteristics and cultural significance. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts, including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help to promote community cohesion, social bond, and cultural identity. Efforts are being made to document and promote this tradition, ensuring their continuation for future generations. Economy. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of the Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trades and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history, and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas in states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors. Public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Aneke television. How agribo bi egwu nkwa na ya mgboji okwukwu kakwa ogugwu ma. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-eme n'ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị